Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet, together live with, as announced. I'm not 38 minutes late. What are you talking about? I delayed this. Anyway, live with David Wood and Jane Dyer together for the very first time. Hello, everybody. What's up, and how is everybody doing? David, what's up? And Jay, how are you doing? David, nobody cares. You're always here. But Jay, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've had a good time kind of collecting some sources together, and I'll go ahead and tell you that I only have two sources for the day because you guys are convinced I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist. It's the Illuminati card game, and it's just those two cards. So that's my proof that everything is a New World Order Illuminati conspiracy. And I have the savings and loan card, which is the key to everything. And then the science fiction fans who are the tool of the Illuminati. So there's my proofs in the debate.
Well, with that, we can already call it a night. So, yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So here's the thing. David, how are you doing, by the way?
Oh, good. I'm still sending out the link. I just had to look up.
Good, fantastic. So the funny thing is, everybody has been waiting for this live stream, and everybody wants us to go live, and I guess they want us to start fighting or something. So I was originally planning on just having a peaceful conversation and making peace with each other and be nice and all that. But since people are expecting a fight, I think we need to fight.
So I have to fight now.
Or AP, you could be the nice guy, and then I'll just you give me a signal when you want me to set things off.
Okay, I'll do this. I'll do this.
We'll call that the drama twirl.
It is a villain mustache, so
it is. So, to be very honest, I don't even know what we're supposed to be talking about. But so what actually happened in the background, behind the scenes, after we did that live stream, and we talked here. You messaged me actually, and then we messaged each other, and we kind of behind the scenes, in few words, made peace. And yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah. First thing, I think, I did get impatient with you publicly on Twitter tweets back and forth, so I do apologize for that. I think I could have been a lot better in terms of how I handled that situation. So, and we both were kind of interacting with Father Michael Lilly. So, he had some some words to say about trying to seek for peace. So I appreciate that from him, and I think he's right. So you are listed as the most humble guy. So I think you got some humility awards this last year from the Jesus Committee of the Internet, right?
Yeah.
Most humble here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just say that I'm being serious though. I was impatient. I don't disagree with any of the takes that I had, but I do think that I shouldn't have been as impatient with you, because you and I have always pretty much had a good back and forth. We've never really had DM disagreements or public disagreements, but maybe on some of these geopolitical or historical issues, we might come to some loggerheads. But I would just say, if I say something that sounds outlandish or crazy, at least I have some reason why I think so. I could be wrong about that. And I will say too that I respect both of you guys' breadth of information and knowledge that you have in regards to Islam, the Quran, history of Islam. You guys are way beyond me in that field, so I defer to you guys on that topic. I think there's other areas that I've put a lot of time and effort into, particularly with my grad work with geopolitics and psychological warfare, that I think could inform some of that. But I also have a pretty deep interest in Orthodox theology too. So if it's history of Islam, you guys are probably going to know a lot more than me. But I think on some of these other topics, I think I could speak to that.
I mean, I came to you to ask you questions, to learn stuff from you in private, about Orthodoxy, about Christianity. So it's quite clear that I will also publicly express this, that I have respect for your knowledge and respect for the stuff that you have studied and all that. So I similarly have respect in that regard. I know David is smirking right now because he's trying to fight or something. I don't know, but but I have had that respect for you as well. And I did apologize to you in private. And I also want to publicly state that I think I handled the situation in a very wrong way, because I also easily got carried away and started saying nasty stuff when I saw some hostility from your side. I guess I kind of easily went down a very bad path and just started getting nasty as well. And then later regretted that. And that's why I actually contacted Father Lily and asked him to basically ask him if he could jump in and fix this, help fix this. And he was so kind to actually immediately respond to me and to immediately do that. So very thankful to him. And he did. And the results were very nice. So I did act wrongfully as well, and I want to apologize for that. I also, over the last months, over the last weeks, there were times with me going through different changes in religiosity and my perspective on things, where I guess I'm starting a new perspective. I'm going down a new path, and I'm suddenly encountering lots of people who have huge difficulties with stuff that I say, and I have huge difficulties with things that they say. And I started fighting with lots of people that I didn't think I would be fighting with in the Orthodox sphere and the Christian spheres and all that. So I have to say, much of that was a very, very big mistake. And if I could go back now, I would tell myself to just be quiet and not comment on everything.
Well, I took my schizo meds today, so I won't be schizo. All my meds.
Yeah, so I want to say
it's not that big of a deal. I get called schizo all the time. It's okay.
So I also want to say that I have been acting arrogantly about things, but I've recently kind of come to this whole conclusion that I need to stop. I said a lot, and I need to stop and start listening a little bit more. But yeah, so sorry to you about all that, and I think we don't need all that fight, because I've always had respect for you. We always had friendly interactions, and although you say things that I disagree with, where you are clearly wrong and I'm clearly right. Yeah. Anyway,
end of argument. Right.
Oh, anyway, thanks for watching, everybody.
Well, I would say so. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that, and I mean, I've got a lot of books and sources out. I'm ready to go to any topic that you think is controversial if you want to cover it. I've got the whole history of the Rothschild family ready to go. If you want to talk about modern Likud geopolitical stances, I'm ready to talk about that. As you know, I don't agree with the trend online to default into following or loving Tiny Mustache Man. I think that's becoming a dangerous trend, and I don't think that anything in the philosophy of fascism in general is very amenable to Christianity at all. So I don't take that position of wanting to defend the Reich or something like that. I think all that's kind of silly. I had a pretty extensive 5-hour debate with a bunch of those people the other day, and it was very similar to what I found in a lot of other domains when you debate this stuff. Is a lot of people just don't really know the history in general, and so they're kind of being propagandized, and that's happening with people, I guess you could say, far right. I kind of think it might be engineered, and people are pushing this idea. So I don't agree with Tiny Mustache Man. I don't agree with Malthusianism or eugenics or social Darwinism or any of those positions that.
But you think he was a good speaker, wasn't he?
I guess. I mean, I don't. If you find optics like that, convincing, maybe, but
yeah. So this has come up a lot over the last months, and I kind of fought with lots of people over that. That's one of those things, like, where we have a disagreement. Like you said, you think it's an op, the whole Hitler thing, and where I was kind of responding to it. I also commented on it live, and I said it's not an op, it's just a very popular thing. So but you think that there is a push of
well, to be clear, what I argued, what we opened up in that debate was whether or not it is. So I'm asking the question. I don't have direct proof or evidence that there is some entity that funds that or pushes that. It's possible. I think that, for example, Kanye, like, his actions and his approach is very questionable. He has been visited by feds. He has been investigated at certain levels. That doesn't mean that he's an asset or that he's pushing things per se. He could just be capitalizing on it for his brand, being edgy. He may really be committed to these views, or he may actually, I mean, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, he may actually have, some mental issues, some mental problems.
He does. Yeah, he does.
So I think that all those things are possible, but I have put a lot of time into studying the way that power blocks can utilize radical movements. And I don't believe that every radical movement is controlled or that everything is a conspiracy, but I do think that there is the reality of controlled opposition. There is a reality of groups being manufactured and created to for many purposes, for honeypots, honey traps, to make people look bad. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons why those things can be created. COINTELPRO is a very famous example of that. And I'm not saying that the 60s counterculture stuff is all good. A lot of that, I think, had a lot of people who were propped up, but there's a reality to it. And I think, if you want to talk about Islam, a good example of this is the Muslim Brotherhood. Its earliest proponents, like Al-Afghani, he was pretty clearly a British agent. He was very into pushing the British imperial mandate of what they called at that time a pan-Arab alliance. And the idea was to create an Islam that Britain could control. So I don't believe that like radical Islam is an invention of the British Empire. I think that Islam has always been radical. And that's a position that I think
we all agree on that very much.
I've learned more about, like 10 years ago, I didn't know much about that, but I've gotten deeper into that. But I think Al-Afghani and his coterie underneath him were all very suspicious. And it makes perfect sense why the British Empire wanted to do that. And it had to do with the Ottoman Empire, the challenge that they had. And as the Ottoman Empire waned, you had the Sykes-Picot Agreement where they divide the Middle East up according to British and French plans. So the idea was if you could control Mecca and Medina, and this is why I think I mentioned this maybe you in passing on Twitter or something, maybe it was a year or so ago. It may not have been you, I don't remember, but I said something about al-Husseini, the guy that was the Grand Mufti. That was the British imperial creation. And the reason that I said he worked for British intelligence was because even after he had gotten in trouble and fled to Germany and ended up back, I think, in the UK, he was openly working for British intelligence, MI5. And I can give you all the sources for this stuff. Now, whether that means that he was always in that capacity, I don't know. But I think he ended up being a useful agitation tool that the British eventually had a handle on. And again, that makes sense with what the British wanted to do in these regions. So I'm not saying that everybody's a spy or that everybody's controlled, but there are key figures that are, like St. John Philby. He becomes Salafi. That's a suspicious conversion. Did he really believe that stuff? Or was he just working on behalf of the British Empire? T.E. Lawrence, he's gay. He goes in, he does all these operations. He helps set up, the Sauds as basically controlling Saudi Arabia. Gertrude Bell, she's another British spy. She goes in, she sets up Iraq, basically.
So the Mufti Husseini, he was brought to his position under the guise of, or under the pretense or the reasoning that the Brits had to jump in and fix something because something with the succession of the next Mufti went wrong. So they appointed him to fix that, but it wasn't really a good solution. Eventually, they had to supposedly on the surface punish him for his extreme attitudes and his association with radical Islamic violence against Jews and all that. And then they had to kick him out of there, and then he ended up becoming a friend of Mussolini and of Hitler, who then promised him that he would be Hitler's number one guy, and they would together, once they're done with the Soviets and the Brits, they would then together take out the Jews, and he would be the number one representative of the Arabs and Muslims and all that. So there's some really, really crazy stuff going on if you want to go into the...
Now, my source on this is the Royal Institute for National Affairs. They have a researcher who I think is just a good geopolitical researcher. You can take issue with his politics. I don't agree with all of his politics, but it's a really important book called Secret Affairs, Britain's Collusion with Radical Islam. It's very well sourced. And his argument is that towards the end, in 1946, Husseini began to work for the British once again after all of the BFF with Himmler Sources suggest that he was employed by the Arab news agency, originally set up by MI6 as a front in Cairo to spread British propaganda in the region. This is what becomes Al Jazeera. So MI6 actually set up Arab News, which becomes Al Jazeera. So this is also the shady origins of the Muslim Brotherhood. Hassan al-Banna was, again, like another one of these figures who didn't seem to take Islam that seriously. He was a secular.
But would you agree that it was basically like the British? It was more like, instead of playing a long game by the British, it was rather just a tool, as you just earlier mentioned, to kind of mess with the Ottoman Empire and to take it down, and then to kind of assert control in the region through these means. But they only used what was already available, so they didn't really create the whole Islamic radicalism, Islamic terrorism.
No, I agree with that. So I'm just saying that the organization called Muslim Brotherhood utilized the ideology of a radical Islamic sort of cover veneer, even if the al-Afghani and al-Banna themselves didn't actually believe it. So yes, there was already radical Islam for sure. Yeah. I mean, today, I mean, this book even has a really good critique of like the billions of dollars. So he wrote this book for the Royal Society back in 2010. And even back then he was talking about how just Saudi Arabia, for example, has put, I think, like $50 billion up to 2010 into promoting Islam in the West. So that would include schools, radical mosques. So this is not a person pro-Islam. He's very critical of the establishment's usage and attempt to sort of steer it. But his argument at the very beginning, and it's the same argument that Dreyfus makes in his book, Devil's Game. He argues that the idea was the British Empire early on, that if you could create a Mecca and a Medina underneath British control, as the Ottomans waned, the British Empire could control Islam. And then you would have massive, power. And
that sure went very well. Yeah.
I think this also explains why you have, even today, Prince Charles, King Charles, he has this ongoing fascination, not just with all religions. I know he's kind of a perennialist, but
people say he's secretly a Muslim or something.
I looked into that, and all I could find was that he's been given awards from different Sufi groups and orders, and he's given money to Sufi orders, but I couldn't find any hard evidence that he actually was inducted into any Sufi orders, or he could be a secret, Muslim convert or something. But he definitely favors the perennialism of Sufism and to some degree Islam. But I'm just saying he's a reflection of this, split amongst the British aristocracy going back 100+ years, where even Quigley admits that they were split between, you had half of them, like the Astors, were anti-Zionist, and then you had half of the elite in Britain, Rothschilds, were eventually pro-Zionist. But I will concede to you, there is one point you're correct about. The Rothschilds were not unilaterally Zionists. In fact, they were split.
Only one? Or?
Well, I disagree with that one, but I've got Rothschild biography over here.
No. I'm saying only one point that I'm right on. So
I'm saying to date.
That's what I mean.
So far.
Yeah.
So there's a great book that I came across some years back. It's called The Rothschilds by John Roberts, and it's just a mainline biography of the family.
That's all very good, but the thing is, people are asking why we're not screaming at each other. So. And David, why are you smiling the entire time? What
David's got the secret, like nukes. He's going to bring the nukes on me here in a minute. He's just waiting.
No, I came here for a proper mubahala, and then we're just, we're the best buddies in the world.
Does Jay even know what a mubahala is? Jay, do you know what a mubahala is? No. Okay, David, what is a mubahala?
You see, that's where we state our positions, and we call on God we call on Allah to curse whoever's wrong, and then that person will be destroyed over the next year.
Yeah, that's what Muhammad did when he was told that he's wrong. He said, let's gather and then invoke Allah to punish whoever is wrong." So that's what they do. It's kind of like an Islamic, an Arab version of a duel, like
a duel.
Yeah, like a duel. Yeah.
It's a prayer duel. If you want to sum it up in 2 words, it would be prayer duel.
Yeah.
Do we get tempters? How do you do an Islamic duel?
You just do it.
But with guns or scimitars, like what do we use there?
No, it's Allah. Allah will take care of
Oh,
things.
he chooses between the two.
You hand the gun to Allah.
Yeah, you say, here's my position, and then you write down what your position is, and then we say, and we agree that God is going to curse the person who is wrong in such and such ways within the next such and such time.
So, back to the guy with the little mustache. I know that when you made a post about how this is not acceptable, and you even said, I found this very impressive, and I actually did comment on it when I first saw it. You said we were supposed to love Jews and love everyone, or not hate anybody, or something like that. And then I saw people coming after you, people coming at you, and saying that you got the call. Or that you are that you have gone woke or something like that. But it is kind of weird because I have been under attack by many people who claim to be on your side of things, but I also don't see you as somebody who is anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic or pro mustache guy. So it does make me wonder where in the world that all of that comes from. And I see, like, when I went through your responses on that post, and it was like one of the most active comment sections on your page that I've ever seen. People were going nuts about how the H-man is actually good, and you're misunderstanding things, and you're lying and all that.
Well, I think that from the Orthodox Christian perspective, we have a unique take on the state and politics. So it's not our primary focus. It shouldn't be. But I think we do have a traditional perspective that's been outlined by a lot of, famous Russian statesmen or famous theologians or historians. You've got Ivan Ilyin, you've got Pabanatsev, who wrote Reflections of a Russian Statesman. And you don't find anything to do with fascism. Again, I think it's pretty, I attend a Russian Orthodox church. So nobody in the Russian Orthodox Church is going to like Tiny Mustache Man, because they still celebrate Victory Day, where the Nazis didn't win. And my priest has a lot of interesting stories about when the Nazis came into Russia and they would loot the churches. And their excuse was, well, we're preserving it. So, we don't trust you to preserve your wealth. We're going to loot it. We're going to take it. So it's actually the alternative versions of history in the 20th century that got me to where I never thought fascism or communism were that appealing. I just found other alternative approaches more convincing. Again, and I admit that my position is an outlier, but I think the traditional Orthodox position is monarchy, a Christian monarch. It doesn't mean that an Orthodox person has the goal of trying to create an Orthodox monarchy. That's not very relevant. It's not very pragmatic, but I think that's the traditional position. And, if you look at the rise of Mussolini and people like, the fascists, they didn't like the monarchy. They hated the monarchy. They wanted to get rid of anything that smacked of the traditional regime. In Mussolini's case, because he was originally just a straight up socialist who then became a fascist. So to me, it seems odd that people would want to defend that. I think it's a lot more, just last point, it's a lot more amenable to the traditional Catholic world, where I think you're going to find a lot of people who feel that various Vatican concordats and whatnot, vindicate or back up fascism. We have, even in the Orthodox Church, it's Stepanok that Rome considers a saint or a blessed, and he, was guilty of murdering a whole lot of Orthodox Christians. So nobody in Serbia is going to ever agree to that guy being a saint. But that's still the official Roman Catholic position. So I think that fascism has a tendency amongst tradcats for sure, and it has a tendency amongst maybe some sectors of young, disaffected Orthodox guys. But I've never been a fan of that. Never promoted. I always thought it was kind of silly.
You have already upset the gropers. Now they're going to be completely mad about what you just said. So,
well, I spent 5 hours arguing with their whole position, and
the gropers. Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons I don't agree with that is that there's pretty substantial evidence that even in mainline history, that World War I and World War II had multiple objectives for why they were done. One of those objectives World War I was the League of Nations. And so you need these big wars to have the justification for global policing entities like the League of Nations. And when that failed, there was World War II, which was supposed to justify the United Nations. And that's Quigley's overall thesis. You can agree or disagree. Quigley's not a conspiracy writer. He's a CFR archivist, historian. He's the mentor to Bill Clinton. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm saying that he's kind of an establishment sort of admission type of person. And that's his take. That's also Stratford's take. Stratford argues that World War I and World War II and the Cold War were really about kind of exhausting challenges to the Atlanticist power bloc. So for me, that kind of just diffuses, dispels the sort of mythologies that people want when it comes to adopting radical political action, whether communist or fascist.
Well, it also doesn't make sense considering just the religious aspect of it. What drew me into the Orthodox Church as I was approaching it, so as I was looking at it, I was first going toward Catholicism and was kind of exploring that. And the last thing that I was actually considering was the Orthodox Church. But then what kind of changed my mind on things and gave me the idea that I have a big misunderstanding about it, and then drew me closer to it, was actually certain saints that are canonized in the Orthodox Church, who are saints because they fought against the Nazis and they were murdered by the Nazis, or they helped Holocaust victims and were murdered as a result. Alexander Shmuel, you have Saint Maria of Paris, Dmitry Klepinin, you have others in Bulgaria, and so on. So and then I see official statements made by the Russian Orthodox Church, among the others, that are quite explicitly opposed to the Nazi ideology, to the Nazi history, and anything that has anything to do with that. And then you have the aspect of Hitler, that he was very explicitly, very clearly against Christianity, according to his closest, most trusted people, according to Goebbels himself. He says the Führer is deeply religious, but he hates Christianity. He sees it as a branch of the Jewish race, he says, which is directly from his diary. So
well, I have the MK over there, the dreaded MK book. I won't get it out, but there's a pretty significant sections where he says that Christianity was always too radical in terms of being against paganism, and he said that what he would have preferred was if Christianity could be a vehicle for Germanic paganism to synthesize with what he considered Christianity. There's other speeches I read too where Hitler talks about the God of the Old Testament being essentially a different God. And then he could never accept that, which is in the Christian theology, that's Marcionism. Yeah. So there's no way to have Marcionism and Christianity. So yeah, it also in MK, he says that it's his job, his plan is to continue the eugenics and sterilization policies that the Kaiser already had in place. And there's no way that a Christian could adopt those kinds of positions. So yeah, I've always thought those aren't
they
pro-life.
started rounding people up and putting them in vans and gassing them to death, considering them not worthy of life and all that, which is pretty messed up. You can't possibly make peace with such an idea with a Christian worldview. That's really, it really goes beyond anything that is acceptable.
Well, that's Malthusianism, and so to agree with the position of Malthus, the Anglican minister who believed that it was necessary to depopulate because he looked at some flies in a jar and he said, well, if the flies are limited with their resources, it's the same with humans. Limited resources requires us to depopulate. So those are famous essays out of England, and he was a hardcore social Darwinist type proponent. Those ideas influenced people not just in the UK but also in Germany, and the Kaiser's policies were already based around eugenics. That's why in America you had a flip side version of that where the Rockefellers set up the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, and they named it after him because it was all about population control and eugenics. So yeah, the fundamentals there certainly don't work with Christianity, but I also agree that the fundamentals of communism, socialism, Bolshevism, none of those work with Christianity either.
And they were both enemies. I mean, the Soviet Union was very, very clear in there. This is actually a funny thing, a funny anecdote. When I was in Turkey and I was kind of in my late youth, being in rebellion, there was a time where I was a big fan of hardcore revolutionary communism, and but the funny thing is, I also learned Islamic belief from my parents, and despite not being like practicing very much, I had deep respect for it, and I wasn't ever like strictly opposed to it. But I was kind of trying to reconcile my respect for Islam with communism, and it didn't work out. Eventually, I came across a little back and forth that was constructed by taking a quote directly from Lenin. And one of those quotes was in response to how the question of religion should be solved, considering that so much of the population is clearly religious and you can't just outright attack religion. So his solution to that was to ease the population into it and to give them good things in order to then replace their need for religion, and to eventually then fulfill the goal of shutting down the useless, churches and places of worship, and then altogether getting rid of it because it's just a poison and so on. So I thought this is that's when I saw it explicitly, I thought, okay, you know what, I just have to admit that I can't really reconcile these things. And they were also very clear in hunting down and directly torturing, locking up and executing clergy, making up nonsensical excuses, and torturing people, torturing priests, killing them, and then dumping them at night in random places and burying them to prevent people from, knowing where they are buried and venerating them and so on. The Soviets were pretty messed up and pretty brutal towards religion, and the Nazis had a similar idea. According to Goebbels' diaries, Hitler was trying to keep him in the Catholic Church and was himself trying to appease the Christian population, with the intention to, once the war is over, to directly take over the church and to subvert it, and then suppress it from within directly and turn it toward a tool of Arianism, for example. Because even according to Hitler's book Mein Kampf, sorry for directly saying it, but there's also one of his critiques of Christianity, or of the Christian churches, is that they spend too much time with doctrine, instead of interfering in the racial bastardization and trying to separate the blacks from the whites, because
he says the original sin in this world is to taint the blood.
Yeah.
Which isn't what original sin is, but I think like you're saying, he's appropriating concepts that are Christian theological concepts and saying, let's put this into, my system. I'll use some of the same terminology, but yeah, I mean, I've got it over there. I don't know if I don't want to get your channel in trouble by pulling that out, but I've got it all marked up with all that.
Pretty sure I've shown it several times here. So it has got to become a joke here as well.
One thing I would like to touch on that we were kind of disagreeing on earlier, in the Roberts book on the history of the family of the Rothschilds, there is, back in the late 1800s, it was actually Edmund, and I'm not saying Walter didn't have a role later on with the Declaration, but it was Edmund who was the main benefactor, who was not himself Zionist. In fact, he wanted to simply buy land from the Ottoman Sultan in Palestine.
Wait, Edmund was the one who was directly in the field and who helped build stuff, right? He
went and Walter was a lot of time there, and he bought, he revitalized the land with massive purchases back in the 1800s. So this is prior to political Zionism, prior to Hess and Herzl. And he went under the name at the time of Nadev Hayuda because he didn't want to be publicly known. But eventually it was known. And then you can also, if you go to the Rothschilds archive, the family archive, if you read his bio, the first few pages just talks about the millions of dollars that he had put into revitalizing. And what's interesting, to your point, partially, Herzl and Weizmann and other others wanted him to be committed to political Zionism, but he was not ready to make that commitment yet. However, later members of the family did have a political commitment. So I think the truth is kind of somewhere in between, that the family wasn't completely unified on a political expansion. They were not forcibly taking land. They were purchasing it from the Ottoman Sultan. So if people want to have or lay blame, it's, you could, well, why is the Ottoman Sultan selling the land, right?
I think
that was all done peacefully, right? Go ahead.
The thing with the Rothschild is also that just like most Jews in the beginnings, when the whole idea of political Zionism was proposed, they didn't really take it seriously, and they didn't think it was actually viable. So they didn't take it seriously and didn't want to jump into it and explicitly support it because they thought it is a ridiculous idea that will fail anyway. So which kind of explains why, especially these two members later on jumped in and started becoming so, having favorable views of it and working with it.
Yeah, by the 20th century, this biography notes, and then also the entry under Walter at the Rothschilds archives does concede that eventually they became very committed Zionists, even to the point of the Rothschild family donated the Knesset building and created in the 20s and 30s, excuse me, the JCA, or the PICA, which was the organizations in Palestine and in France that would help to foster various aliyahs to come to Israel. So I think the reality is somewhere in between. It's not on either or, but I think eventually it does become clearly a project of the British Empire.
The funny thing is, no, we're talking about this because this is where we had a disagreement on and where we started fighting. But in the end, it's not even that big of a matter. Honestly, like I don't even care that much about it, especially
well, I thought you were for some reason committed to this. I don't know.
No, especially right now. At that time, I saw something that you posted, and I thought, okay, this is wrong. I want to correct this. So that's all I wanted to do. And then we started fighting, and it escalated, and I took it very, very seriously, and we went very hard at it. But thinking about it in the aftermath, it was just like one issue that I wanted to correct in the moment or say something about in the moment, and it's not something that I really cared that much about, So this is the problem as well, that when we are online and when we are in this whole in the public spaces, having these exchanges, there are lots of emotions, lots of elements that get into it and that kind of blind us and blind me personally, I would say, where there's some public disagreement and some public perceptions in response to things we say, and that we feel the need to really push hard and all that. In the aftermath, it really doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Seriously, who cares? I have more of a. I told you this privately as well, but I feel like even the debate that I had with Andrew Wilson, where he still kind of suspects me of being very hostile toward him, which is why he takes anything that I say with great care about this. But even the debate that I had with him, I kind of went ahead with it because we agreed to it, a long time ago. But I think as when I started becoming a catechumen, as I started progressing in that, the more I went into it, and especially over the last few weeks, I have been less and less interested in having, strong disagreements on political matters or worldly matters, as you might want to call it, and have been more interested in just trying to make peace. And it's very difficult when you are online and when you talk politics online. I understand that, which is why I'm trying to do that less and less at the moment, at least.
And also, I think Islam is kind of
wait, Jay,
with politics.
Jay, something just happened. David suddenly wanted to say something despite being quiet the entire time.
Well, it was finally a topic I was slightly interested in. But no, this goes back to when you guys were first talking at the very beginning, and you were saying, well, we went after each other on this and so on. But That's pretty darn normal given certain personality types. It's something that before anything, you're talking back in like 2000, 2007, 2008, 2009, I was rolling with various, I'm not going to name any names, but, counter jihadis behind the scenes, people who are concerned about jihad and responding to the jihad threat. And it's a mixture. There were Christians of all kinds, some atheists, some Jews, and so on. And they would people would work together and have conferences and so on. I was there behind the scenes. They're like at war behind the scenes over various things. And I kind of realized over time, wait, the people who are going to speak out and stand their ground on an issue like jihad or something like that, even though politicians and journalists and everyone's just going to blast them, and Muslims and raining down threats on their lives and threats to their families and so on. So you kind of catch it from every direction. If you're a Christian, you started going after jihad and tying it to Islam back in 2008, you got blasted from every single direction. Politicians were calling you Islamophobes. Journalists are writing articles about you, calling you Islamophobes. They're putting you on hate group lists and so on, beside Nazis and so on, just for criticizing jihad. If you're a Christian, even Christians are blasting you. They're saying you're too mean, you shouldn't criticize, and so on. So you're catching it from every single direction. And like the person who's going to stand his ground in those situations and keep pushing, generally people who don't like to put up with a lot of crap, right? It's look, once I've made up my mind on something, I'm not backing down under any circumstances. So those are the people who are going to last and continue going after jihad, even when there's an onslaught. So it's just so everyone knows, if you weren't around in 2008, you have no idea how much it sucked back then. It is much, much better right now if you're criticizing jihad than it was back then. Back then, everyone attacked you. But anyway, the people who are being attacked by everyone and are still going to just keep pushing forward generally have a pretty aggressive, pretty confrontational, don't back down type attitude. The thing is, you put a bunch of people like that together, eventually there's something they disagree on. And it's just instant war, just personality wise. I'm the sort of person who doesn't back down. You're the sort of person who doesn't back down. We're both really aggressive. Oh, now we disagree. And it's a war. And by the way, the people back then who even like publicly, they were doing conferences together, but privately were having problems. They don't even work together now. They couldn't keep it up. They couldn't keep it up long term. So I'm just looking at that going, oh, well, that's kind of a side feature of people who are willing to stand their ground against jihad, is they're probably not going to be the sort of people who work well in groups together, because they eventually disagree on something. They go and they fight over it. So when you guys are saying, oh, we had this disagreement, we fought over it, I'm thinking, of course, that's what you guys do. That's what guys with these personality types do. So that's kind of normal. The issue for me is, what do you do afterwards, but also what happens when you have entire groups that are like this, right? My entire group is aggressive and confrontational and doesn't back down, and your entire group is aggressive and confrontational, doesn't back down, and then you end up with all these groups. And now it's not just an individual who, now it's not just two individuals who can have a beef and then squash it. You got entire groups, and even if two people, a person from each one of those groups squashes the beef, you still got the groups that are going after each other. And just the way groups are, if an entire group is really aggressive towards another group, and a person within that group says, hey, let's make peace, well, the group is just going to pick someone else. They're just going to, okay, you get it. Okay, if you're trying to make peace with these guys, you get out of the way. We're going after the guy. We'll pick someone else. So anyway, that's kind of never bothers me too much when someone goes after each other. It's kind of the cost of admission to people who are engaging with the kinds of things that all of us have to engage with right now. The bigger concern is that in the age of the internet, very, very easy for a group to form and then go to war with everyone else on the drop of a dime. And so it's a rough situation.
I thought you were never going to stop talking, man.
Well,
so Jay, you were saying?
So, as you guys know, Islam doesn't really see a distinction really between religion and politics. They're kind of wedded. I think Christianity sees a relationship. Maybe sometimes in certain sectors it's emphasized in terms of the division. And I don't mean to criticize your point about not wanting to get into political debates, but one of the reasons that I think you guys might agree, maybe not, that it is relevant to talk about the geopolitical side of this is that there's a lot of people in power in the West who, either out of ignorance about Islam or because they see it as an ally or a useful tool, they're open to and pro-Islam, even, you know, especially on the left. There's definitely a tendency to have this alliance between, you know, the left and various versions of or factions of Islam, not understanding that Islam will pretend to be friendly, as the Quran says, and then once you're in power, you can flip the script. You don't have to be friendly anymore.
Hey,
right?
I just wanted to point out, because while you guys were talking about all the various things in different parts of the world, that's normally how I'm interpreting these things. Is like take Iran right now. If a bigger threat in the area emerged than Iran, and Iran could be used by the United States to deal with that problem, the United States would suddenly be like pro-Iran. Yay, Iran, you're our buddies now because we want you to help us. Well, I mean, this thing happens. Like, you know, if you have communists and you're trying to halt the spread of communism, and you're talking like Afghanistan or something like that, who do you want? You want people who are going to like stand and not back down and fight to the death. Who do you want? You want a bunch of jihadis on your side. And so you'd say, hey, let's align with the jihadis in this situation. Problem is, eventually the communists go away, and it's just the jihadis that you helped, and now the jihadis take over, and you've got this other problem. You've got another problem, and I think, where AP mentioned it, like short-sighted thinking. It's so. In other words, there can always be conspiracy. And I know there are conspiracies and so on. I normally interpret things like that as just leaders just tend to always think, okay, here's the threat we're concerned with. Here's a group that can help us with that threat. And therefore, let's support this group. And then the threat eventually is dealt with. And then all you've got this group is that you helped rise to power, or you funded them with money or something like this. And then they grow out of control. And then you can't control them anymore. And as Jay was just pointing out, if you're talking about jihadis, they'll say whatever. Of course, Great Britain, of course, we'll be on your side. Yeah, just support us against our rivals, because you don't like those rivals. Yeah, we don't like them either. We don't like them for completely different reasons. We don't like them for this reason. You don't like them for that reason. But yeah, go ahead and support us. And then, so anyway, I think that happens all the time. So it's a sad feature of shallow, sort of superficial, let's just say short-term thinking, that we're creating monsters all over the place. It's just, when you create a monster, you can always view that in two ways. That, they were trying to create a monster, or
nobody wants to see Marshall no more.
Yeah, we were trying to create you could say, hey, they're trying to create a monster. They were plotting to make this monster here. Or they were worried about something else, and they created a monster because they're stupid and they didn't realize what they were doing. Again, there can be situations where people are trying to create monsters. I normally just interpret those things as, because I have a low view of like people's thinking ability on a lot of these issues, especially on Islam. Just seeing too much of it. People are too stupid. They're thinking, hey, they've just been bombarded all their lives with, all religions have their radicals and stuff, and haven't you had that in Christianity? So that's all the jihadis are over there. So long term, if we keep buddying up with them and helping them in various ways, the jihadis' hearts will melt. And everyone's done that. Europe's done that. United States has done that. Israel does that. Israel's fine with like Hamas leaders becoming billionaires and stuff, because in their thinking, it's, hey, these guys are going to become rich. They're not going to want to attack anymore. They'll have too much to lose. They'll be billionaires. They'll be good to go, man. And it doesn't work.
Very stupid idea. Well, so that would be one of those things. I mean, if you, for example, if you, Jay, were a defender of Islam, or were one of those people who says, "Oh, Islam is not a problem. We should stop." I mean, that's, I guess, where I would have a big need to disagree and possibly even fight with you. But I know that you are not like that. So
I think we're agreed on the tendency of a lot of incapable politicians and bureaucrats. They don't understand these worldviews, and definitely you guys were ahead of the curve when it came to critiquing and warning about Islam. I just tend to go a little bit further when it comes to certain operatives or people in power positions, the Brzezinskis, the Kissingers, because they seem to be aware of also utilizing this ring of power of Terror. And I'll give you a couple examples. One of the great books that I read on this was the CIA operative Miles Copeland. He of the Copeland Stewart family. Like,
but by the way, I just want to say we have already said the worst things. You don't have to censor anything anymore.
So in Game of Nations, Miles Copeland is everybody should read this because he was CIA's liaison to Egypt under Nasser and Syria under, I think, Assad's dad prior to that. But he talks a lot about how the West wanted to utilize the big T. And he talks about them particularly on page 204 as being really useful idiots. And I'm not saying that the West is always behind big T, but that by admission, in many cases, he says it's very useful. So I think it's just the realpolitik that goes on, that all governments will at times resort to these kinds of things. They'll resort to fake flag events, shall we say. They'll resort to arming, Operation Cyclone is the arming of the Taliban, right? The Afghani freedom fighters. Brzezinski goes on CBS and says, "That's your land over there. God is with you." Telling them to go and essentially fight the Soviets. And that plan actually worked, right? That exhausted the Soviets during the Cold War. And then you had this creation of this entity, this army that the CIA and the Saudis had put billions of dollars into, that then was able to, to whatever degree we think they're allowed, or I tend to think that they were a problem allowed to be. An arc of crisis model is what Brzezinski talked about after the Cold War. And I think that narrative explains a lot of what happened post-Cold War better than the narrative that, the mainstream media promoted, for example, weapons of mass destruction, all of that. I think that was a lie. And so I think there's a power block usage of a lot of these radical Islamic groups, and exactly which groups and exactly how far, I think, can be debated. But maybe that's what and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I think that's another issue that you felt was too far.
No, I mean, I had only an issue with when it comes to, for example, arguing that that Western intelligence or Israeli intelligence was directly involved in the creation of certain terrorist organizations that we have today in the most direct form. I would agree, for example, we know very well that that during the Cold War, the U.S. unfortunately utilized Islamic terrorism to use them to fight against the Soviet Union. We know that the other side engaged in similar things as well. We know that this was a big game that was being used before the world became more familiar with Islamic terrorism. And I would agree, for example, that as a result of these idiotic games, two of the major Islamic terrorist organizations developed because of this, as a direct consequence of this. Mm-hmm. I would only disagree when if we are then going to argue that the intelligence organizations in question were directly involved in creating these modern terrorist organizations such as Al-Qaeda or ISIS. So I would say Al-Qaeda and ISIS were directly a direct consequence of these idiotic and pretty vile games. But were they directly involved in creating and upholding and funding these organizations? I would dispute that.
Well, maybe there the question becomes, what do we mean by direct? Because I would agree that you didn't necessarily have, Brzezinski or Kissinger flying over there and literally telling Osama bin Laden what to do. But you had essentially an alliance of Western friendly groups and intelligence operations, including CIA, Saudis, Pakistani, Egypt, all working together to arm and to train militarily some of these outfits. So maybe bin Laden it would be too far to say, bin Laden is a CIA operative, but he's definitely somebody who had a close relationship with the CIA. And even after the Taliban had, in the 1990s, bombed the coal, they had done the Yemen bombings that bin Laden was taking credit for. You had meetings in Texas with certain oil entities like Unocal to ensure that there would be a pipeline set up. So I think that even these things that we think of as like terror events, they can actually be useful for certain military industrial complex profit motives, like the establishment of a pipeline. And you might take issue with this as well. It's fine, but you see a very similar thing with a lot of what's going on with Turkey and Syria and Russia. Right? And we saw, for example, the Nord Stream pipeline event. A lot of that Ukraine warfare has to do with who's going to bring energy into these sectors. So if you, for example, I mean, I'm not going to keep yapping, but if you look at the covert war in Bosnia chapter and the covert war against Milosevic that the CIA did, he cites quite a few pretty extensive proofs that in the case of the Kosovo Liberation Army, you had this mix of organized crime, bin Laden ideology, and the bringing in of trained Pakistani, Afghani fighters that were still being used even after bin Laden has been said in the early 90s to be associated with Al-Qaeda and wanted due to the 1993 World Trade Center event. The CIA is still using the Taliban basically in this region for the purpose of subverting and undermining Milosevic. So I think that in that case, I could point to that. That's dealt with pretty well in Secret Affairs chapter.
I would definitely agree with one aspect of it, which is what you briefly mentioned, which is that bin Laden himself had most likely had a certain familiarity and interactions with the CIA. I think it's pretty well established that he, at least to a certain degree, was involved, or that the CIA was involved with groups that also included him, and he was a significant figure in the movement early on. And I think there is no clear evidence that he directly interacted and engaged with CIA representatives, but it is pretty clear that he was part of operations where the CIA was involved. So
correct.
It's not very hard to conclude from there that he had some ties to Western intelligence.
Yeah, sorry, David, but one last point, just that the point I'm making about Kosovo, Bosnia, and that situation just demonstrates, even though bin Laden himself is not involved, it's the same networks that were already part of the Afghani training. It's basically Al-Qaeda, right? So Al-Qaeda develops in the 90s out of that network of the base, as it was called, which was the original base, where I think it was Hakamat Yar, I think was his one of his allies that he trained at this base with. Bin Laden himself, I'm saying, in Afghanistan. So it's the networks and the trained fighters, not bin Laden himself in terms of Kosovo and the KLA, but that was a created thing that the West wanted to use to undermine Milosevic. And that doesn't mean Milosevic is a hero or good guy. It just means that that's the realpolitik where they're still using these networks.
That is pretty much proven, right? I mean, we know for a fact, I think that certain cells were directly used in Bosnia and in other conflicts. Yeah. So it's undeniable that the West, that the United States of America and Western nations and Western intelligence have been involved in some really, really messed up things. And I mean, it shouldn't be very far-fetched to say this kind of stuff, considering that in the very Syria civil war that we have seen go on for so long, the U.S. made some incredibly questionable decisions, such as backing the Kurdish-led factions for a while, and then just leaving them there to themselves and being massacred to others. So we clearly see that the world powers, including the U.S., depending on whatever government or whatever agency is at work, engages in some really questionable behavior. So
yeah, and so as far as like you could have 1,000 hours of video footage of the CIA meeting with various terrorist leaders. It wouldn't surprise me at all. It's kind of like when horrible things, when things go horribly wrong, and you say, what's behind this? Hey, look at this group. This Western nation supported this, or this Western agency helped that group, and so on. It's like, what do you think is really kind of behind the outcome? It seems some people go in the direction of, well, there are idiots involved and they don't always understand. They can't think 3 moves ahead as far as what they're doing. And so they're idiots, versus the kind of like mastermind interpretation. No, they're really smart people at work. They're analyzing all these things. They're figuring out what they want. And they're pulling the strings and orchestrating these things behind the scenes. Now, guess what? Both things happen. Both things indisputably happen. But it seems that like some people tend, like I tend towards the people are stupid, and yeah, you planned this, and here were the real consequences of this dumb thing you did that you didn't anticipate. But it seems other people lean towards, oh, this was planned, and here's what the goal was, and so on. And I mean, guess what? The evidence is usually consistent with either one. So it's kind of like it seems like a personality thing as far as which side you favor or something like that. So,
well, and maybe more of a localized, like immediate context. It's a lot of, I'm sure, government idiocy and ignorance and incompetence, but there can be, from a more of maybe a meta political perspective, a bigger game plan or a bigger picture at work. I'll give you one example. Couple pretty well-known Likud policy papers. One was the 1982 Odinan plan, which was written, I think, under Ariel Sharon. And when he wrote this, what he outlines is a logical strategy for Israel. So a lot of people talk about this. I don't think many people have actually read it, but if you actually read, it's only about 7 or 8 pages. It actually is logically what Israel would do in the region to maintain power. And a lot of people don't know that one of the things it talks about is the establishment of a Coptic Christian state in Egypt, which is surprising to me. But that's what Israel thought would be a good plan for that border. But
it shouldn't be surprising. Coptic sentiments are actually on the rather good side in the Middle East when it comes to Jews.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a logic to that. It makes sense. Mm-hmm. And then it talks about, particularly for Syria, what they would like to do is a microstate divide and conquer strategy, and with Iraq. So the main two concerns in 1982, under, I think, Ariel Sharon's right-hand man advisor, the Kissinger of Israel, basically, was to do like microstates in Syria, microstates in Iraq, give Jordan to the Hashemites, give Jordan to the Palestinians, which is odd. And I'm not sure why they wanted to do that. But this might have been at a time when they thought that the PLO might be better than Hashemites. I'm not sure, because that changes according to Victor Ostrovsky. And you may take issue with his views, but I think his books are pretty insightful. They're pretty enlightening, even if they're not all 100% accurate. Like, he's laying out pretty much the way the structure of that system works, the Mossad. And then in 1996, you have what's called the clean break strategy, which is after Yitzhak Rabin, when Netanyahu comes in, they lay out his policy, which is very similar to Odinan. It's not identical, but it was very intent on the removal of Saddam. So both, I mean, Saddam was a CIA-trained Ba'athist going back to the 70s, according to Miles Copeland and other texts. But the only reason I'm saying all this is that there does seem to be a pretty consistent pattern from the Likud mindset throughout the 70s and 80s and 90s to undermine Syria. I'm not being moralistic. I understand the attitude of why they would do that from a strategic standpoint. They also talked about funding the Christian phalangists in Lebanon,
and they actively supported them and
exactly.
and fought with them, which is
right.
That later ended up kind of in the middle of the war, leaving them to their destiny. And
the only thing I would take issue with that you might disagree with is in Ostrovsky at the end of his first book, By Way of Deception. He talks quite a bit about, at first they kind of liked Arafat, and then they didn't like Arafat for various reasons. They wanted to get rid of Arafat. Arafat got more and more radical. And I'm not pro PLO, but I'm just saying that the PLO was beginning to be influenced by Soviets. They were getting to get into very radical Black September type ideology. And then Ostrovsky's second book, Other Side of Deception, he argues that at this time we felt like it was necessary to arm Egyptian fundamentalists, Muslim Brotherhood, and what becomes Hamas. So
here's the thing. This is actually So you could dive into that, and you could understand that as a very, very unsettling conspiracy that was going on, or you could understand that as a strategic move, because
No, I'm saying it's the strategy. It's not a conspiracy.
Until that point, it was like Israel was fighting with the PLO and with allied organizations that were pretty harsh and pretty awful. And until that, during that entire time, Israel actually had this gravely mistaken view that compared to these secularist or socialist movements, an Islamic movement would be more manageable and would be more reasonable. So they did get directly involved in funding Islamist organizations and Islamist movements in the Palestinian territories and in Egypt. So they did directly get involved in funding the Muslim Brotherhood, and it is very well recorded and admitted by Israeli officials that they were involved in supporting the pre-Hamas Muslim Brotherhood charity movement that then later on became Hamas. But the idea there was, we're dealing with the PLO. These guys are obviously unreasonable terrorists. We can't reason with these guys. We need to support an Islamist organization that will pacify people. And then, however, then in the 90s or 80s, late 80s, PLO starts sitting at the table and becoming more diplomatic and openly expressing the desire to actually agree to a two-state solution. Israel still mistrusts them.
Right.
But because they express these sentiments, the movement that is Hamas is then flooded by the radical sentiment that is already established and that Israel fostered, and is clearly then opposes this whole sentiment of becoming diplomatic and making compromises with Israel, and then becomes the real problem. And they start becoming an active terrorist organization that then directly fights and becomes worse than whatever the PLO ever has been.
Yeah, and AP, so the PLO, that kind of, with Arafat, that's like setting the stage for future interactions, and Arafat was aware of it, and Israel was aware of what it was doing with Arafat, but Arafat's like, hey, we can have a terrorist attack next weekend, or you can give me a bunch of money and I'll keep these guys under control. Oh, okay, well, we'll give you a bunch of money. And okay, so eventually the guy's a billionaire. Okay, well, your welfare and livelihood in this world depend on you getting along with us, and he's keeping his people under control. So if this guy becomes the richest man in the world, what do we care as long as he's keeping his people under control? Not realizing, well, as everyone's funding this guy with money, sending this guy with money, he's becoming richer and richer and richer. And then, okay, yeah, he doesn't want to lose that, and therefore let me try to get everyone on better terms with Israel. Okay, now you've got a population that, well, we don't like you anymore. Then if you're gonna normalize relations with Israel, then we're gonna pick someone else. And so it's kind of like all that was for nothing, and then you have to pick a different group, and let's be cool with this group being showered with money and stuff like that. That'll fix that. And guess what? If Hamas tomorrow said, you know what, we got all these billionaires, let's just get along with them. Guess what? Hamas is gone. Hamas is going to be gone. The people are going to pick someone else to represent what they actually want. So, yeah,
the issue is also that the PLO was directly involved in basically educating the people in Gaza and in the Palestinian territories on this whole new idea that was kind of emerging in the 1960s, that this is all directly Palestinian land and Palestinian identity, and this is what makes us. The Al-Aqsa is directly our identity. It all belongs to us, and we will all take it back one day, and this is our flag, and so on. So they brought about these ideas, but then just a few decades later, they started compromising and saying, okay, we don't actually want the entire land, we just want to have a two-state solution. But they taught the population something different just decades before. And
well, part of that too would be that during the Cold War, Stalin tried to court Israel, and Israel switched its allegiance, originally sort of interested in Stalinism, towards the West.
Yeah.
And so what happened then was the Soviets saw a way to influence through the PLO in Israel. So it gets very hairy with big power blocks influencing, especially in the Cold War. But yeah, go ahead.
There's one thing, which is that there's an article that people bring up very often, and which they actually misunderstand, where it is said that Netanyahu secretly supported Hamas for years, or propped up Hamas for years, and it is a fact. He did prop up Hamas in a way. But so what actually happened there is that Netanyahu was one of the few people, or one of those people in the Likud government, who was still of the idea that that if you just allow the Islamic terrorists to receive funds, they will be pacified, and we can control them, and we can just continuously move ahead with our security plans and so on. And many people within the government of Israel were disagreeing with that, and he was basically shutting them out down and telling them, look, all we need to do is allow them to receive the money, and once they have enough money, they will not try to.
I don't know which you might be talking about a different one, but I mean, I've got the Wall Street Journal article right here, and it goes into the critique. Basically,
there is one quote which is attributed to him, which is only a claim with only one single anonymous source, which says that he told people that the best way to prevent a two-state solution is to support Hamas. So that goes to one person, but that's very, very questionable. But it is where I also talked about this with politicians directly in Israel that are part of the Likud government. So it is very well known in the government that Netanyahu had this, and they also, because of this, have great resentment and anger toward Netanyahu, because October 7 happened, and according to Netanyahu's logic, it was never supposed to happen as long as Hamas receives money. So, yeah, lots of really, really, really bad stuff. That's geopolitics. Anything else? Let's see. Trent won a great video on how the based go to hell. Good. Does Jay still think Protestants are heretics? Dude, I thought we weren't supposed to fight here today, man.
Protestantism is a heresy in our view, but we don't individually judge people in terms of their destinies. So I can't tell individuals, oh, you're going to hell. I don't think we have the right to do that, but we do have the duty to tell people that they should be Orthodox.
Powerful. See. David, what do you think about that? Coffee House Dialogue, APHA. I've been considering becoming a catechumen, so I have been wondering what notable differences are there between Antioch and the OCA. Don't ask me, ask Jay. Jay, what differences are there between Antioch and OCA?
Well, OCA comes out of the Russian church, essentially out of Rokor. So there's going to be a lot more, just depending on where you are in America, a lot more American converts probably in the OCA. The Antiochians are technically Arab for the most part. So you're going to find, like, if you go to Florida to an Antiochian church, you're going to be the only white dude there, if you're a white dude. If you go to an Antiochian church in the Bible Belt, it's going to be all Protestant Catholic converts. So it just kind of depends on where you are. But theology-wise, there's not huge differences.
They also have there is a famous Western Rite Antiochian thing in America, right?
Yeah. There's not a lot of those, but that does exist, yeah.
Yeah. I saw one of their liturgies, and I thought it was kind of nice. Bookshelf bigger, you see. LOL. Glad to see you guys together. Yep. Sonny Erickson, love is in the air. Yeah, it's pretty gay. A good way to start the fight is to ask Jay about the 21. No, I'm not going to do that.
What is the 21?
the 21 martyrs topic, where we had
that. Okay.
We didn't even fight about that. I just asked you a clarifying question, and then because I asked you a clarifying question and you gave an answer to it, then all hell broke loose. And then,
well, I do have a tendency to be skeptical about those kinds of videos and claims when they come out. That doesn't mean that I know for sure what happened, but I do believe that there are fake flag events and there are staged things. I'm not saying that I know that one was, but there were people at the time questioning it.
Wait, one second. Yeah. So I wasn't, when you said they weren't martyrs or something like that, did you mean because they're not Christians, or because you think it was staged, or because it was for some other reason and it had nothing to do with them?
Two separate issues. So one thing that made people mad was I was saying that even if they are dying for the name of Christ in the Orthodox Church, they can't be martyrs in the calendar, saint martyrs. So it doesn't mean that I know their destiny. For all I know, they could be in heaven with God. I hope so. But in the Orthodox Church, we can't, for example, make Thomas Aquinas, a saint in the Orthodox calendar, because he wasn't a person who died in the Orthodox Church. So we couldn't say in good conscience or good faith that they're Orthodox saints. But separate from that, there were a lot of public news articles and people doubting the footage when the footage first dropped. So that's why I had doubt on it, was people analyzing the videos. And also I think the source is somewhat dubious. I don't trust site intelligence or Rita Katz. So I just simply had questions and doubts, but I don't know for sure what happened.
Do you agree with the statement that is kind of famous? We know where the church is, but we don't dare say where it is not.
I mean, I think it's liable to being misused. It can kind of give the impression that everybody's in the church or something like that. So if it's kind of misused in that way, I would disagree with it. But it can also kind of express the same point I'm making, that we don't say where God's grace isn't working or is working. We don't know that. Mm-hmm. All we know is that, it's like Paul says in the epistles. He says, we don't judge those that are without, we judge those that are within, because that's, our communion. So, I just don't know people's destinies. I don't know anyone's destiny. So
nice. Except destiny. Those are stupid. A&M Creations, Mojab is definitely going to look down on this mamby-pamby apologizing and call you both little weaklings.
Mohammed Hijab?
Yeah, Mojab.
Didn't he run from a debating you too?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he debate you, David? Did y'all ever debate?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay.
That was back when no one had any clue who he was.
No, he credits David Wood with making him famous because of that debate. So.
I have a question for you guys. Your opinion. Do you think that it's plausible, or have you seen any evidence that the popularization and push for online Islam, maybe perhaps through people like Hijab or the Tates, do you think that it's plausible that this is being funded by Saudis or big money?
I would say that there were most definitely in the early days was an attempt, probably from Saudi sources. I think it might have switched to Qatari interference, but it was pretty well known. I mean, every single Western university, all the big Western universities had Islamic institutes established through Middle Eastern funding, through Saudi Arabian or Qatari funding. Iran tried to do a lot, but they didn't really. They never really accomplished anything because of their Shia stuff. But I would say it's pretty clear that there is big Middle Eastern money involved.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a government. It can be, of course. I mean, but it can always be. Yeah, it can always be. It can always be like individuals, like funding, like we know that. I mean, Tristan Tate admitted that when he was in, where was he, AP, and he was saying he was offered. Didn't
he with the Saudi king? Or somebody.
I think he was talking about Dubai, but then he basically said that there were people who offered him benefits.
He'd get all kinds of benefits if he converted to Islam, and then conveniently his brother converts to Islam. And so we know these things go on behind. Matter of fact, we know for a fact these things go on behind the scenes, because I know two Arab Christian pastors who, completely different countries, both told me the same thing, just with different amounts. One, this was in the UK, and he said a group of, I think he either said Saudis or Egyptians or something like that. He said they came to him. They said, hey, we want you to convert to Islam and write a book saying that you examined the evidence for the scientific miracles and stuff, and this converted you to Islam. And they told him, name your price. And so that's what he was told. And then I know another Arab Christian pastor, he's in California, and he said it was after some event, and he went to like the gas station, and they came up to him and they handed him a Quran at the gas station. Like inside was a letter saying $2 million if you convert to Islam, and announce that you have converted to Islam, and so on. So that's, I mean, those are people I actually know. And so this is happening to them. So who knows what's going on behind the scenes with, Sneeko and the Tates and Lily J and all these. I would say it's probably a mix of like just direct people, hey, we'll give you this amount if you do this,
Right.
and just kind of grifters who are looking around going, hey, if I jump in this community and I start praising Islam, then they shower me with money and attention and views and so on. But yeah, the big shift in dawah has been, it's awesome, and it's destroying Islam. I don't know, it may not look that way, but it's destroying Islam from within. But back in the day when it was Ahmed Deedat and Zakir Naik, there is actual like Muslim organizations like choosing someone who's going to be like most impactful to a Western audience or to a non-Muslim audience. And they're carefully choosing these people and like crafting them. Here's how you can be most compelling to a non-Muslim American or European audience or something like that. And they're handpicking these guys. And if you go back to the early 2000s, those are the people that Muslims were watching back then. And I'm watching them, and I'm interacting with Muslims online in like 2003, 2004, 2005. I'm like, these guys do not sound like the guys I interact with online. The guys I interact with online, they're way more aggressive. They're way more hostile. They're extremely quick to threaten you with death or anything you disagree with them on. Whereas these guys are out there. Islam's a religion of peace and tolerance. And it's like, how do you get the actual people who represent what Islam really is? How do you get them to be the popular representatives and so on? Fortunately, that's happened, because the people now, it's polar opposite of what 20 years ago. 20 years ago, if you said Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl, you were called a liar. You're making that up. You're a liar. If you said there's a death penalty in Islam for leaving Islam, they'd say you're a liar. You're making that up. And the population, they didn't know any better. They don't know what's in the Muslim sources. They've got some Islamophobe saying one thing, and they've got this lovely Islamic speaker saying, no, this is all these people take things out of context and so on. So who are you going to believe talking about Islam? You're going to listen to the Muslim. And so this was actually a huge problem. But now the Dawah guys shout from the rooftops that they support child marriage because their prophet did it. They all acknowledge that Muhammad did it. They acknowledge there's a death penalty. They send messages to AP saying, yeah, once we get our Islamic State, we're gonna chop your head off and so on. So it's a situation where lots of Christians would prefer interacting with the nice Muslims from 20 years ago. But it's like, do you really want that? Because it was a massive misrepresentation. Yeah, these guys are way more hostile, way angrier, way more aggressive, way more insulting, defending like the worst things you can imagine. It makes you uncomfortable because you're like, oh my goodness, what is this mess? I would rather have those nice guys. But as far as like destroying Islam, wouldn't you rather have people understanding what it's really about? And therefore, don't you want like Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah and Daniel Hakikachu and all these guys on the front line? So it's actually it's much better than it was 20 years ago.
What do you think is the reason that the sort of Salafi mindset kind of came to the forefront in terms of apologetics?
Just funding.
Okay.
No, I'd say funding plus it's way easier to defend it from the Islamic sources. Like you get that sort of idea from, if you just go with straightforward Quran and Sunni Hadith collections, it's way easier to defend some sort of like Salaf, if not necessarily Salafi Islam, something Salafi-like. And so in other words, if you get an argument with, hey, no, I believe Islam's a religion of peace and Muhammad would never do anything like this, and these guys, and we can quote our sources saying you're wrong, and you got an audience watching, these guys win. The hardliners win.
Yeah, let me play this clip here quickly, which is of Tristan Tate. As far as I remember, this should be the section. Yeah, no sound. Very good. Let's see.
AP's a professional, everyone.
Yep.
He said, Tristan, are you ever going to revert to Islam? It's by Muslim scholars on Islam since getting out of jail. And I was actually quizzed by a Muslim scholar who lives in the United Arab Emirates. He said, Tristan, are you ever going to revert to Islam? And I said to him, reversion or conversion to any religion, I don't believe it's something that you do. I believe it's something that happens to you. If you look into a subject and you read the Bible, you read about Christianity, you read about the life of Jesus Christ, you don't think, you know what, yes, screw it, I'm a Christian. I feel like it's something that would have to happen to me, not something I choose to do. And I've even had people say, oh, your life would be better if you revert to Islam because there'd be benefits of you living in the Middle East, etc. And I said, no. How disingenuous would that be to my Muslim friends and colleagues, of which I have many, to revert for any beneficial reason other than me genuinely feeling it within my soul? So that's the reason I haven't. Not because I haven't chosen to, but because it hasn't happened to me.
Right. So that means it could happen.
So here's the thing. He says he has been given this whole reasoning of having certain benefits in the Middle East if he converts to Islam, but it would be, of course, very disingenuous to convert to Islam after he was told by these rich men in the Middle East, to convert to Islam just because of benefits. But here's the question that I have: who else converted to Islam? His brother.
Oh, that's what you're thinking. I'm thinking about how disingenuous of me would it be if I converted to a religion for all these benefits when I could get all that money from sex trafficking? Come on, people. Come on, people.
That's true. That is very, very true. Jay, what do you think would happen to the 180? I don't want to make this a whole piling on Jay live stream here. This is not what we're for. So,
power line's fine. I don't care.
To the 180,000 Christians living in Israel, including about 20 to 30,000 Orthodox if Israel fails. So this is actually a kind of a question that we didn't get into, that I would be curious talking about at some point. I kind of briefly did talk about this with you in Spaces several months ago, but I guess like if you are opposed to Israel and what you think would happen if Israel got destroyed and the Christians there were affected by this.
Yeah, I think there is no easy answer to what would happen if Israel weren't there. I don't know exactly what would happen. There's arguments that there would be, various Islamic states taking over. That's very possible. I don't think it's likely that Israel would fail with the power and the structure that Israel has in place, and the Dimona program, all that stuff. I don't think that's very likely. So I think that the reality is that Israel's there. It's not very likely to think, oh, let's get rid of it. It's going to go away. It's not going to happen. So, there has to be some kind of attempt to deal with the reality as it is. I think that Western powers, the CIA, many entities, presidents have been trying to solve that issue for many years. The Camp David Accords were not very popular with the Israeli right. And that's precisely the reason for both the Odinan plan and the clean break plan. So I don't have any easy answers to that question. I'm aware of the Orthodox Christians that are there, but I don't know. I don't have any easy answers to that.
Because there isn't one. We don't actually know. So like a couple different directions you go. So lots of people would point out, but there were Christians and Muslims and Jews living there before. So why wouldn't it continue on like that? Well, it was a different situation. Back then it was part of the Ottoman Empire. Yeah. Back then it's under the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire generally wants people not getting out of line. So there's something to maintain control. But that's kind of the real issue. Like, what would Israel be replaced by? Because if it's some group that will control the jihadis, then okay. Matter of fact, since we were talking about this earlier, like Western nations doing things and then not foreseeing the consequences, or foreseeing the consequences and doing messed up things, but like with Saddam Hussein, in the minds of lots of Westerners, like, what worked for us? We'll get rid of the tyrant, and then freedom and democracy will flourish, because that's what human beings want. And so in the minds of lots of Americans, it's this great idea, get rid of Saddam Hussein. Hey, guess what? Evil tyrant. Yeah, I do not like that guy. But he's also the guy who is controlling the jihadis in his population. And so we think, hey, get rid of the evil dictator and get rid of him, and then freedom and democracy will flourish. And so we get rid of him, and then people start bombing each other's mosques. And we're going, what's going on here? Well, you already had the people who wanted to bomb the other people's mosques there. They were just terrified of a guy who would come and send tanks into their town if they did. So they were more concerned about that. And then you take that guy out of the way, and let's put a Western friendly guy, and they're not scared of that guy. They're not scared of him. And so they can start destroying each other, and eventually you get something like ISIS. So the situation is, like, if Israel failed, who's going to be in charge? Is it going to be some brutal guy that we would look at and go, this guy's just an evil tyrant, but he's able to maintain some level of control, or is it going to be chaos and everyone's just slaughtering each other? In which case, the most brutal jihadis are around, and so on. So anyway, and we don't know what would replace it. So you don't know.
On the Saddam issue, we talked about this briefly earlier, but one thing that is very difficult about the whole Saddam problem is that while it is true that that there have been lots of operations and attempts to somehow use Saddam or use his downfall or make him fall in order to achieve certain strategic goals in the Middle East, Saddam himself was a really, really messed up guy, and with more and more power, he really got out of hand and did some really horribly atrocious things, like massacring entire populations under his control, gassing the Jews, gassing the Kurdish population there, and actually committing a genocide against them. The scene from the Halabja massacre, where he used actually weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, are described as turning a river completely red by bombing them, killing them, poisoning them, and so on. There is some really, really messed up stuff that came with Saddam. This also makes the whole thing complicated, the whole Iraq war complicated, because when we talk about the Iraq war nowadays, we talk about how there was the lie that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. The issue is that Saddam did use weapons of mass destruction in the past, and
those chemical weapons were from the CIA, because he was originally put in. The Baathists were the older CIA plan for the Middle East called Pan-Arabism. And then
the thing is,
go ahead.
Before the war started, he also several times openly bragged about supposedly developing weapons of mass destruction and having weapons of mass destruction. Now, here's the issue. Here's, of course, where I agree and where I see a problem. The U.S. and Israel and the others would have had the capabilities to know that he was just bluffing, so that he didn't actually have weapons of mass destruction, or that he wasn't actually close to developing weapons of mass destruction. So I think things get a little bit blurry when the war starts, because of the suspicion that he has weapons of mass destruction, because with also this justification that he openly brags that he has weapons of mass destruction. But Western intelligence and Israeli intelligence should have been aware at that point that he was just bluffing and that he actually didn't have anything at all. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because he did have at one point chemical weapons, as you said, that were used, and those were provided by the CIA, but then the intelligence that came about him having the WMDs in 2003, when Colin Powell presents that at the UN Security Council. What's funny is that I was just reading this. I put this in my third book, by the way. So this is the official historian of British intelligence. His name's Christopher Andrew, but he wrote a separate book on movies and intelligence, which is just curiously what my books are about. But he says, I'm not alleging a conspiracy, but he says that what was funny about the intelligence relating to the WMDs, I don't mean to make light of it, but this part actually is kind of funny, is that when Colin Powell presented this, it came from an anonymous source that British intelligence was providing to the CIA. And this anonymous source was, quote, fabricating the intelligence. And one of the ways that they figured out that it was fabricated in 2003 was because the messages that were being sent were just so happened to be identical to the type of gas balls that Nicolas Cage had in The Rock. And so this is an admission from official British intelligence historian there. They're talking about how The Rock, if you remember in The Rock, Nick Cage has those green balls of gas that are going to destroy San Francisco. And he's saying that we realized that this intel was fake because, hey, wait a minute, that's from The Rock. That's not real. Yeah, isn't that funny?
That's pretty ridiculous. So something was obviously so we would agree that that the nations in question basically took advantage of just hints of intelligence or hints of supposed information in order to start a war, which they thought would be very beneficial in order to achieve certain goals in the Middle East. Right. Since you're flashing books, I also want to flash this book here, which is the Damascus Events. Not sure if you have heard of it or read it. It's about events in the mid or late 1800s, where since we were talking about the peace under the Ottoman Empire, it's a very, very interesting book. It starts with a dispute between the Jews population and the Christian population on Mount Lebanon, and then quickly unfolds into a whole massacre of Christians at Mount Lebanon first, and then throughout Damascus and Syria, where Muslims then start jumping in and basically just picking Christians off the street and killing them, raping them, and so on, where they start seeking refuge in the few who help them. The Ottomans come in, try to initially stop it, but then don't actually bother and just start watching what happens, until eventually the Western forces land and come in and put an end to it, and kind of with pressure force the Ottoman Empire to stop the massacres from happening. It also kind of displays how the Ottoman Empire was, how the populations, the Middle Eastern populations, the Arab populations, including the Muslims and the others, really didn't like the Ottomans, and they all shared the opinion that these are just a bunch of oppressive bastards who are just keeping us all in line for their own pleasure and taking advantage of us and exploiting us. So nobody liked the Ottomans, and they were all just they all had big resentment and hostility toward the Ottomans.
The Wahhabi Salafi, those groups would fight the Ottomans, and that's why the British thought that they would be a good ally against the Ottomans.
Yep. Just wanted to show that I also have books. So,
I always think though, like if it was really important, people would put it in videos. So,
a good point. AP and JD, can you find a fun and genial topic to debate on, like David Wood and Robert Spencer did on Sky Prophet's existence? That was awesome. I don't think so.
It'd probably have to be pretty niche, because we have to get niche to figure out an area of disagreement.
Yeah, they're that specifically because they brought up me and Robert. That sounds like they're looking for something where people are happy whoever wins. So me and Robert debated whether Muhammad existed. Robert argued that he didn't. I said he did, because who would have made up a prophet this embarrassing? So people are happy either way. I think they're thinking something like that. Like, if you guys disagreed on something, but they'd be happy whichever side won.
Well, in that, when I was debating all the tiny mustache men people, a lot of people took issue with me saying that the Bank of England funded Tiny Mustache Man. So AP might take issue with to what degree, I don't know, World War II was desired by certain elites versus not. Maybe he would take issue with specifics of what we kind of agreed on Al-Qaeda. I don't know how far he would disagree with ISIS or something. I don't know.
Hey, if you guys debated Der Führer, AP should do the entire thing with a little mustache and in uniform, and that would make it like really hilarious. And he could just be flipping out, but do it in with a heavy German accent the entire time.
That'd be very nice. Very nice. Haters on that says we can all agree that Yaqub is controlling everyone. This is true. Jay, I hear that you're also a very big fan of Yaqub.
I'm a secret society proponent. I mean, I believe in secret societies, and the real Illuminati control is Yaqub. Yeah. That's the big reveal that I was waiting to tell you guys. So I started with the Illuminati card deck, and I don't have my Yaqub card because it's too secret to actually have a card for it. So it has to be taught orally. It's an oral Gnostic secret.
I see. I actually have a song about Yaqub. Wait a minute.
Of course, Yaqub controls everything. He's got two brains.
Yaqub crack code from the blackened mold. Mine like a furnace, prophecy code. Mecca 2 Patmos, 59K fold. Built a lab nation, truth untold. Grafted genes like a cryptic hymn. Clip the melanin limb by limb. Flip the script on a godly whim. 600 years let the graph begin. From jet black roots to a pale.
So yeah, this is how it goes. Yaqub himself instructed me to write this. So last spicy ramen, look at this too. So orthodox. Now look at David, such a cookie. Loving one another through disagreements is how we are Christ-like. All eyes on Christ. Yeah. And as an Orthodox, this makes me happy. We need to be united against all those who hate Jesus and bring over as many converts as we can. Love you, brothers. Okay, maybe we can find a place to fight. Okay, so here's Jay. So you know that I am, you know that I'm a big fan of Israel and of Jews. What is your position on whether Israel has a right to exist?
I don't think I've not heard anyone who thinks that they shouldn't exist. Is that
Zionist?
Case closed.
Zionist. Called us the three Zionists.
Before there was Zionism, Jews existed and had a right to exist.
They said Israel.
No, I mean the nation of Israel. You know, the nation.
Israel is prior to Zionism.
You mean it's Israel now? Does Israel have a right to exist?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that the nation of Israel has a Are you talking about the past ancient Israel, or are you just talking about the people or the Jews as a collective as Israel?
I'm speaking of the Jews as a collective known as the Israelites. They have a right to exist. I think that the nation state of Israel is a realpolitik that is there. It's not going anywhere. So there's not really any point in talking about it, quote, not existing. I don't think that makes any sense. I do think you could debate to what degree the U.S. has a duty to use tax money, to support Israel.
I agree.
And even the Likud party actually was arguing very early on that in order to become self-sufficient, Israel would need to separate itself from U.S. tax money.
This is a very, very important thing, which I was kind of surprised to find out that it was actually very early on part of the Likud government's policy, and is today still among the conservative right-wing ones, the more nationalist types in Israel. It is a very big thing to be insisted on, to completely sever themselves from any foreign funding, and the idea is basically. So the hardline conservative right in Israel doesn't want any U.S. funding, and whenever Israel asks for anything, there is a huge opposition that comes from that camp, because they say any kind of funding coming from a foreign nation, no matter if they are our allies or not, simply makes us more dependent, and we don't want any more dependence. We want to get rid of foreign funding.
Yeah, labor Zionism is the thing that's critiqued in Netanyahu's clean break strategy in 1996, and that's socialism. And I'm not socialist. I'm not pro-socialist. I've never thought that's a wise idea. But both that and the Odinan plan talk about trying to get to economic independence. So, I mean, I think, and it also mentions that it's a tough sell. I think it's the clean break paper. It mentions that it's a tough sell in the U.S. to the U.S. population if Israel constantly relies on U.S. tax money. So it's a complex issue, but the U.S. also uses that money for influence everywhere. So money is given to every country in varying degrees, whether it's Ukraine or whether it's Colombia or whether it's Egypt. A lot of soft power is exercised through the U.S. giving aid money. And I would be for kind of scaling back all of that to everybody. I don't think we need to try to have a U.S. empire. So I'm much more of a non-interventionist in terms of how I would argue this foreign policy stuff.
Here's one genuine actual thing. This time, I'm not bringing up to fight, but just out of curiosity, because this is something that often is brought up to me as somebody who goes into the Orthodox Church. So I talked about this very, very much with my own spiritual father, who knows about my position. He even watched my debate with Andrew Wilson and told me what he thought about it, which is kind of funny because he's just like old guy. And he apparently sat there and watched that debate. And once I found out that he watched it, I was like, I'm very sorry that I lost my patience during that. So many people have this tendency to, because of my decision to go into the Orthodox Church, to tell me that my position of supporting Israel's right to exist as we speak, and by Israel I mean I'm specifically referring now to the nation state of Israel as it is, the secular state of Israel as it exists right now. So they say that my idea of supporting or actively supporting that state's right to exist and to defend itself is incompatible with Orthodox Christianity. And as I look at that question and talk about it with my spiritual father and with others, that I trust in terms of Orthodoxy, they say that this is a big misunderstanding, that there is no actual contradiction here, that there would be only a contradiction if I held a theological Zionist position.
Yeah. Well, I think the Orthodox Church is the third largest landowner in Israel. It would be a huge mess if everything suddenly changed and there was no more Israeli government. There was no government at all. It became a sort of a chaotic war zone. I don't think the Patriarch of Jerusalem would want that. So I think even if the Holy Sepulchre Church, if the Patriarch of Jerusalem, if these different entities rely on the existing structure to a degree, I think most people probably would not want some sort of collapse or any kind of Islamic regime. That said, I don't think that precludes criticism of the existing government decisions, which I do think many Orthodox leaders do engage in. I would not call Nasrallah a martyr. I don't know why people would say that. Maybe there's some broader use of the term martyr that is common amongst Arabs. I don't know, but I've always understood martyr to be in a religious context. So I wouldn't use that language, but at the same time, I have seen the Patriarchate of Jerusalem be critical of the decisions of the Knesset at times, and I don't think there's a problem with that. So I would assume that your spiritual father is correct, that the difference between Jews having a right to exist, which I think even the old Catholic position was that you have to believe that Jews have a right to exist, but that's not the equivalent to I must support, as you said.
That's what St. Augustine said. Yeah, that's
I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, that's always been, I think, the position, whether Latin or Eastern Catholic.
Yeah. So I know. Fun fact: even the Knesset, the Israeli parliament building, is directly on land owned by the Orthodox Church. So, which is very, very funny, and I think it has a. I think it is leased until like for 99 years since the 50s or something like that. So, and this is why there has been also internal political struggles in the Orthodox in the Jerusalem Patriarchate,
right,
from the more Arab anti-Zionist side to kind of have more influence and to take control of the situation, whereas the more Hellenistic side or the more Hellenic side.
This is a huge issue. Yeah. In fact, the Russian, the MP also is interested in stronger alliances with Jerusalem, because in the wake of what happened in 2014 Ukraine and the decisions of the EP and the State Department there was a sort of forced flipping of many of the patriarchates between MP or EP. And the Alexandria Patriarchate, which was previously very pro-MP, flipped towards pro-US maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And then I think everybody's sort of want to court Jerusalem Patriarchate.
Okay, all right. So we've established that J. Dyer is a Zionist. Okay, good.
Little side note. It is. Lots of people agree on more than they think they agree on when they're arguing. Like when I'm a Zionist in pretty much the same sense Sam Harris says that he's a Zionist. He's just like, yep, a ton of people want to kill these guys, so it's good that they have a spot where they can actually not be killed if things head south. And so I'm like, I agree with that. So yeah, I'm on board with Zionism. And then I find out, no, it got this from the Schofield Bible, and I'm trying to bring about the Antichrist and stuff like that. Like, what? I didn't say I believe in any of that stuff. So anyway, but you sit down and you find out, oh, do we agree that they have a right to exist? Yeah, okay. That's kind of all I was saying there. Anyway.
Yep. Well, again, it's hairy because Zionism is, historically a political movement, and even the Rothschilds themselves didn't want to support initially Zionism. They didn't want to get involved in the politics. But by the time of, Herzl, Ben-Gurion basically pronounces, the Zionist project underneath the giant banner of Herzl. I don't see how any Christian could support that ideology because it's an atheistic, socialistic ideology. And even the Likud wanted to move away from the labor socialist ideology that undergirded that. I mean, if I don't have the book yet, it's going to be here tomorrow, but I bought Hess's Rome and Jerusalem, which will be here tomorrow.
Well, the idea is that like there's like Zionism means a bunch of different things, right? Like in the past,
There's
it would have
different
meant, hey,
ideologies,
hey, we need to get this, and you can have different. Hey, we believe that this belongs to us from God, and that we need to take it for that. And other people, no, we just need a place where we can not be at the mercy of other people. And then you could have like a Christian Zionism, and then you could just. Yeah, you could just be of the. So anyway, the point is that things that have happened in the past, like we need to get this land. Those are two different things. Like even Christopher Hitchens said, I wouldn't have supported. Christopher Hitchens one time said, I wouldn't support what they did to get it. But this is the reality of the situation we're in right now, that they have this place, and yeah, it's really good that they have that. And so anyway, you can have a ton of different positions in there, but a bunch of those would all be, there would be a bunch of positions that are all some form of Zionism. And it's like when you say the word, people think you mean one of these other things and not always like what you mean.
Here's a super chat which says, Jake makes grandiose claims about Judaism, but he doesn't even read Hebrew to read the text. That is arrogance and ignorance. I think this is about Jake Shields. Yeah.
Or Jake the Muslim metaphysician.
Yeah, possibly. Base J, pretty much. Yeah, the whole thing with Zionism, with the terminology, is what's actually very interesting is so there are religious Jews who are very much anti-Zionist, who are kind of the minority of religious Jews, but then there is also the religious Zionist section and religious Jews who actively support the policies and the existence of the nation state of Israel. But even among the religious Zionist people, or those who don't call themselves directly Zionists, but who are kind of proud and supportive of the state of Israel, they generally have a big problem and kind of a little bit of hostility toward historic Zionism, which they will also often bring up. So they specifically call themselves religious Zionists, or just Israel, or just Israelis, because they associate Zionism specifically with the socialist, secularist, Zionist movement
origin,
at the beginning, where they say that while it is good to establish the modern state of Israel, Zionism is basically, in its original form, a curse, and one of the main reasons why we are in all this trouble, and so on. So it gets really complicated with the terminology.
Yeah, so you've got the Torah, true Torah Jews that are anti-Zionist, and they point that they're not supposed. Their argument is that no Jew should be there until the Messiah is here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you've got. I wanted to ask you, what is the general Hasidic position? Because I know you had looked into some of their theology. What's their position on political Zionism?
So it's kind of complicated. If you have, for example, the Chabad movement that are very much generally pro-Israel, politically seen, but what they do, for example, is they usually align with the others in that they don't officially or publicly associate themselves with political things. In Chabad centers, for example, you will see that they generally view Israel favorably, but they have a policy of not allowing Israel flags, for example, inside.
And what's the reasoning for that? Because some of them won't fight in the war, right? Like they won't do the IDF service, right?
Yeah, because they think that that basically they think that as people who devote themselves to following the commandments of God, they have a responsibility of continuing the heritage and commandments of God properly, and to simply devote themselves to a religious existence of upholding the Jewish culture and its continuity, while leaving the fighting to others, for example. Politically, they think that while they can support the nation state of Israel, because now it is already there, they wouldn't have probably supported the Zionist movement. But now that it is there, they support its existence, but they don't want to be political about it and don't want to wave flags, for example. But then you also have other Hasidic groups that are very explicitly anti-Zionism, anti-Israel directly. So it is rather complicated. But so those that are generally described as the Haredi, the ultra-Orthodox section, those will usually be vary between anti-Zionism and indifference to Zionism. But the funny thing about this is that I talked to Dr. Einat Wolf. She's a pretty good very good, very solid historian. Much respect to her. She mentions this funny thing, which is that even the anti-Zionist Jews eventually want Zionism. They just want it later, not now. So that's kind of funny, all about it. MT, in one book, does not equal fact. Other sources also, we have to stop acting like Muslims have zero agency and like they only react, never act. They don't have agency. If they have no agency, they shouldn't have countries. Well, they shouldn't have countries. Just kidding. But yeah.
Well, I've got a lot of books. So I don't have one book. I wouldn't think that one book is a proof of anything. It's just an evidence. And
again, you don't need books if the important stuff is all put in videos.
Quay, one question for AP and the Wood Doctor. The Wood Doctor. Can Israel become wicked like in the scriptures? I'm glad you showed Jay Dyer. Tell Jim Bob sub for me. All one under Christ.
Oh, and anything involving human beings can become really wicked really quick.
But I wonder if the question here is more about like wickedness in a biblical sense, or is it just about randomly becoming wicked? I don't really know, but yeah, of course. There are different theories with there are different ideas with the role of the Jewish people and Israel and their role until things are wrapped up in the end, right? Such as that they still kind of play a role in a sense and go through things eventually to then be reconciled and all that, and much of it is a mystery to us as
most of the Eastern Church Fathers are pretty adamant that eventually at some point the Jews will convert, and how that will come about we don't know, but basing it on Romans 11, John Damascus, Saint Cyril of Alexandria, most Church Fathers talk about that future conversion. When they leave unbelief, they are able to be grafted back in. So it's entirely possible that today's nation state of Israel could play a future role in that, but we don't know how that will be. But that is the Orthodox position, generally speaking.
I wanted to ask a theoretical question, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to speculate on this even. So the thing is, I guess in my preparation for the debate with Andrew Wilson, I kind of read through the Romans 9 through 11 like so many times that I kind of burned a certain part of it into my head, which is that a certain part of it is a mystery, as St. Paul calls it, that there is a partial blindness until the fullness of the Gentiles has been grafted in, and then the remainder will be grafted in. But he calls it a mystery, and then if it is a mystery, to what extent can we then really speculate about it? And, yeah. Anyway, but I just want to say it anyway. So I read this one position, which also comes from certain Greek patriarchs, which is that that it could be possible that from a purely Christian perspective, while the Jews are expecting a Messiah, and while the expectation then traditionally associated with that would be that an Antichrist would come forth, it could be entirely possible that in the end there is an expectation of a Messiah by the Jews, but then it turns out that the Messiah that is coming is actually Christ himself, who comes and reconciles everybody, or something like that. But I think, to my understanding, this is just one of the many speculations, and not sure what you think about
There's
that.
a good little book put out by Jordanville Monastery called Apostasy and Antichrist, and it just basically is quotes from Orthodox saints and elders and church fathers on this point. And it's pretty unanimous that some of the signs towards the end would be the rebuilding of a new temple. It is, in the Orthodox tradition, generally speaking, believed to be an Antichrist temple. So we're not dispensationalists, but there's certain points where we would agree with that eschatological position of the Antichrist, a new temple. But again, it's pretty clear. I'm not seeing any church fathers that comment on it that don't believe in a future conversion of the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
So they will be grafted back in. And in Romans 11, Paul describes that as life from the dead.
Yeah. And St. John Chrysostom says, if it hasn't happened yet, it definitely will happen. So,
well, and even with saying that it will be Jesus, you know, you've got Jesus saying you won't see me again until you say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." You have things that actually can occasionally sound like that.
Yeah, the text from Zechariah where they have pierced me, you know, those who look upon me, those that have pierced me look upon me. St. Cyril of Alexandria says that's also a text of the future conversion of Jews, which is interesting because I don't think most of the other church fathers say that.
Is this an Orthodox stream now? Yes, it is. Elite Crusade, Jay, refute the Yakub fallacy.
There is no Yakub fallacy because there's only one Yakub and we are underneath him. So how could it be a fallacy?
Sancho Panza, as a loyal Jewish fan, I'm disappointed to see my friends AP and David Wood giving a platform to Jay, who is revealing all of our genocidal satanic secrets to the world. We have nowhere left to hide now but behind the Gargot's tree. I'm sorry to hear that, but that's what's supposed to happen in the end.
Sancho doesn't sound like a Jewish name. That sounds like a Hispanic name. So I don't know about that.
Yeah. Fisherman's Corner, Western Catholics. What? Something happened to you, David. We couldn't hear you. You were saying something. Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I was just saying that sounds like something a Jew would do. Use a Sancho name.
Fisherman's Corner. Western Catholics regained their Pope kingship from Mussolini. The Third Reich means the Third Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah, well, Hitler might have thought that he was going to create a new Byzantine Empire, but that doesn't mean that it's Christian because he called it that. And I don't know what Pope kingship means. I have no idea.
The Reich. Jay won the debate. He has more books behind him. I'm not sure if...
Well, we ended up, agreeing on quite a bit, so it wasn't really a debate.
Oh, we're actually fighting, but nobody's realizing it. NM, this is going so well. David is going to send Jay an Artsa box for his birthday.
Nice.
Ortho Joe, I owe a lot to Jay. He's the reason I left Protestantism and converted to Orthodoxy, and it's the greatest thing in my life. And when I saw your first posts about Orthodoxy AP, I gave deep thanks to our Lord for giving me a wonderful brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. David is getting really angry about this right now.
Yeah, I'm about to explode.
See? Thank you, Ortho Joe. Appreciate that. David says, I heard that Bronze Age Mindset is a good book. Thoughts?
Don't know anything about it.
Powerful. Elias, thanks for having Mr. Dyer on. He's the reason I've returned to church and I'm converting to Orthodoxy. Very nice. Tadrim, Jay won the debate. Oh, I already read this. Jay's gonna crush you guys with his Jacobian cringecore magic. Love all the three of you. You've all had a big and positive impact throughout my life. God bless you, chats. God bless you too. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Is there a reason more the Yakub stuff comes up now?
It's a meme, but I guess a lot of my audience really likes that joke, the Yakub memes.
Yakub.
Is that the same as like the 5%ers in Nation of Islam?
Yeah.
Yakub, the two brain. Okay. All right. Just making sure.
The double brained.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was a different. I didn't know if there were multiple Yakubs here.
That's
okay.
the only
we're
one.
We're on the same Yakub page.
The one true Yakub.
There's only one Yakub. What are you talking about? Psalm 22, 16, 18 says, shot fired. He's fuming, you see. Yeah, David is fuming. Otik Soye, enough friendly conversation, start the fight. Also, Jay and Chad, do have any papers, books on TAG apart from your vids and Deacon Dr. Ananias' work?
That's transcendental argument, AP.
I mean,
I had no idea.
There's Bonson's Always Ready. There's John Frame's books. There's Van Til's Apologetic. I mean, those are all Protestant books, but that's the only ones I'm aware of.
So just because I said stuff about this very, very briefly in past live streams, I know that there is a disagreement on using theological arguments or logical arguments in an Orthodox Christian framework. And kind of as I'm looking into Orthodoxy and the history of Orthodoxy with theology and with using logical arguments for God and all that, I see that there's kind of a divide between how Eastern theology is one and Western theology is one, and there is a general, and there is a sentiment expressed by certain fathers and others, and later on Orthodox scholars in the East, that the whole rationalism is kind of a Western mindset of trying to put God and all that into words and positives and all that, whereas the East is more about mystical and mystery. I also found that Callistus Ware, for example, brings this up in one of his books on the introduction to Orthodoxy. I think it's in the Orthodox way. So when I see, for example, your approach with the transcendental argument, it strikes me as not fitting into what how I perceive Orthodox theology.
Yeah, I would say that it's a little bit of a misunderstanding, because it's true that there have been many church fathers and saints and elders who weren't interested or that adept with that stuff, and that's fine. But there's a whole host of Orthodox church fathers, saints, and theologians who were. So, for example, the Cappadocians were very philosophical in their approach. St. Gregory of Nyssa has a gigantic, 800-page refutation of Eunomius. That's probably the most technical philosophical book you'll ever read. Same with St. Maximus. He uses a lot of arguments from geometry, arguments from, even like Pythagoreanism to kind of get into ways to demonstrate the Trinity. If you go to, St. John of Damascus's classic book, Fount of Knowledge, this is a really important text, which the very beginning page has a transcendental argument on it, the very first page. And he gets that from Aristotle. So transcendental arguments, or retorsion, is actually in metaphysics. So it's something that all the church fathers that were very adept in Greek philosophy, not all of them were, but the ones that were, like John of Damascus or St. Maximus the Confessor, they have a tendency to utilize these points and these principles. Likewise, St. Photius was the most learned man in Byzantium, very philosophical. Even Gregory Palamas, St. Gregory Palamas, who's the most mystical theologian, his treatise against the Filioque is called the Apodictic Treatise. And apodictic refers to Aristotelian logic. So he uses Aristotelian logic to prove that the Latin conception of the Filioque is wrong. So I would say that the Orthodox tradition is just broader than the idea of being purely mystical. And also it's a misnomer to say that that being scholastic is not the same thing as scholasticism and rationalism. So using reason is necessary. It's part of the patristic heritage and apologetic. It has its limitations, but that's not the same thing as rationalism from like Kant or, any of the Enlightenment philosophers. And scholasticism from Aquinas or any of those characters is not the same thing as being scholastic like St. Photius was.
Mm-hmm. Would you think it would be that it would be completely natural or reasonable or understandable to go into a rather to kind of reject that direction of theology and to go more into the, for a person out of personal preferences when exploring religion, exploring Orthodoxy, to go rather into the mysticism? Like, I've recently been interested very much, still trying to explore and still have very limited knowledge of, and want to kind of get into reading more of St. Maximus the Confessor, who seems to be who appeals to me a lot with
the Ambigua are, again, kind of like Nyssa's against Eunomius. If you get Maximus's two Ambigua, they're probably some of the most difficult advanced texts that you can get from a philosophical perspective. They're very hard to deal with. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't read them. You definitely should. I would start with Cosmic Mystery, the little blue St. Vladimir Seminary book first, because I think Ambigua is going to be very, very challenging. It's challenging for me, and I studied philosophy at a graduate level. So, you're going to find the richness of the Orthodox tradition has all of that.
I just did something very basic and just decided to, because I came across it. There is a book that is basically a compilation of quotes by him. So I thought I'll just start out with that. It says as basic, as rudimentary as it can get. That's exactly what I need right now. So Jordan Flores, great point, David. I agree. See, that was a good point, David. Yeah. Mumu Joe, one some Jewish family had money and power and they used it. I know. So now Jews need to be genuine. The Mumus should be free with wrecks and massacre Israelis. Yeah, I wouldn't say that anybody here would argue that. Not even Jay Dyer. That's not a pretty. I don't mean not even Jay Dyer, but so out of us, nobody would argue that.
Except maybe Jay Dyer.
But yeah, whatever. I don't know what to say. Do you have anything to say about that, Jay?
I mean, the argument was not, well, the Rothschilds had a lot of money and power, and so that makes everyone bad, and therefore everybody today should be, gotten rid of. I would never say anything as silly as that.
Yeah, I mean, if I had lots of power, and if I had a family that had lots of power, I would probably want to get involved into influencing certain politics.
I think pretty much everybody with money and power does. So.
Yeah. Javier said this is cool, but everyone is here to hear about the 21 martyrs. So here's the thing.
We covered that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, but pretty much. Here was the thing. When I first heard about the 21 martyrs, I had lots of respect for them. As I go into the Orthodox Church, I still have very much respect for them. And as I'm looking into iconography and kind of enriching my my home, our home, and our prayer space with iconography, I came across the icons of the 21 martyrs, and I saw that some of them are even sold on very prominent Eastern Orthodox marketplaces and all that. So what I initially immediately did was I asked my spiritual father and said, so since these people were not from the Eastern Orthodox Church, but from the Oriental, can we consider them martyrs? And what he said is, of course, that there are different opinions and different views on this, but while we don't include them into our official list or calendar of martyrs, there is nothing wrong with regarding them as martyrs and considering that they were specifically killed because of their belief in Christ, and that they have been, even in the worst case, we would consider that they have been baptized in blood. So he said there is nothing wrong with going ahead and considering them martyrs, but he also pointed out that there are, of course, different opinions on this kind of stuff. So to my understanding, I wouldn't have a big problem with you, for example, stating that we don't officially consider them martyrs in the strict ecclesiastic sense.
Yeah, and I did, when I mentioned the Hezbollah guy that was killed and that Hinkle was calling him a martyr, I wouldn't use that term for either Coptics or for Shia from the Orthodox theological position. But that doesn't mean that I know anyone's destiny. I don't know that. So that's the only sense that I've ever even heard martyr used. But maybe there is this colloquial sense where people use it and just in the sense of anyone dying for a cause. I mean, I guess in that sense you could have Buddhist martyrs, I guess. It's an odd usage to me because I think of it in terms of the calendar, but I don't know the Coptic people's destiny. I mean, I wouldn't have a Coptic. I would not honor the Coptic martyrs just because of the theology of it. The same way I wouldn't, like, for example, I have some of my old Roman Catholic stuff around. Like I have an Aquinas icon up there, and I kept it because it's part of my past. It's my history being really into Thomism in my 20s and whatnot. But I'm not Roman Catholic anymore, and it's not on my icon wall. So personally, I wouldn't put, say, the Coptic martyrs on my icon wall. But if a person feels drawn to that and they feel like that they did give their life for that, I can't judge you for that.
Yeah. And I have an example of this one, which So Maximilian Kolbe.
Colby,
Yeah, and kind of same mindset, I guess.
Yeah.
Where I wouldn't put this into my prayer corner, but I have it here
Right.
just because I have respect
Yeah.
for him and all that.
I remember one time some of the extreme ortho bros, they saw my icon of Aquinas and they were arguing that I was like still secretly a Roman Catholic. And I was like, it's not on my icon wall, man. It's on my bookshelf. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I guess, to be very honest, I also fell into this very same thing when we started getting more and more bitter toward each other before we ended up kind of fighting. The response that you gave when I asked you about the Coptic Martyrs, which was kind of comparing them to the Hezbollah leader, I understand the context of what you're saying.
I wasn't saying that. Yeah, they're equivalent, literally.
Yeah,
like
but
dying
without
for
understanding,
Shia,
like for somebody who doesn't know the context, that response seems really, really bad. So
I understand.
and I think I played into that as well, to be very honest. So we do things sometimes that are pretty bad. Even I do things that are bad. Yeah. Mumu Joe, Palestine is a project. Jordan is as well. USA is a project as well. Should USA be removed because of all the manipulations and games used in creating it? Yes. No. Yeah. No.
Well, I think the first time you came on a space, I pointed out that Jews that are in Israel today had nothing to do with what their great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents decided any more than me living in Tennessee, this being Indian land, I can't control what my great-great-grandparents did. So it's silly to do this sort of social justice warrior blaming, where you blame people for where they can't control where they were born. But also I think that a lot of the history of Israel has been not told or covered up, or people gloss over it. So I try to be as fair and as nuanced as possible, looking at the reality of history. So, and like we said earlier, like I didn't argue that everybody should be gotten rid of, or that everybody should move, or that everything should change, or there should be, there is no easy answer. And that's why, politicians and bureaucrats and power elites have been trying to settle this for decades.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Ted East says Pastor Randy bald. Do you still do that bit?
I do. And in fact, if you find Orthodoxy unconvincing, I'm sure Pastor Randy would love to have you at his church. AP.
Maybe we can arrange a meeting between him
or
and Shake
Your Booty versus Pastor Randy
Debate.
Balls. Or they could have a Chrislam alliance.
Good idea. Fisherman's Corner, Batman claiming nuh because you have no understanding of world history or any meaningful. I guess there's a discussion here that is being.
It's a response to Batman, man.
Yeah, Batman is not here among us, so he probably has important stuff to do right now. MT, there are between 70 and 100 radical Islamic terrorist groups today. America is powerful, but we're not responsible for all those. Muslims have agency. They use that agency to follow their book. True. I would say for most terrorist organizations, Islamic terrorist organizations, I would say the forces we talked about earlier on are not even indirectly responsible. For some, they pretty much are.
Well, in Islam, they don't have agency, do they? Aren't they directly, in an occasional sense, directly caused by Allah?
Yeah, Allah even determined this whole thing here right now that we're doing. So this was meant to. Allah even decided that I will call myself apostate prophet and talk with trash about Islam. So,
hey, AP.
What?
So no discussion the other day with a group, but L pointed out, L-I-S-O Elohim, but she was pointing out, and I'm going to make a video out of it, and I'm of course going to steal it, but she was pointing out, so you have this issue in the Quran that they interpret as Allah won't punish one person for the sins of another. Each person will bear his own burden. No one shall bear the burden of another. It says that repeatedly in the Quran. But in the Hadith, you have Muhammad saying that Allah will punish Jews and Christians in hell for the sins of Muslims. So you have that there. And then, so how do you reconcile those? Well, even in the Quran, interestingly, you have the idea that Allah will punish people who cause other people to go astray. So, in other words, if you're the leader of a cult and you lead someone astray, then you're going to bear part of that person's punishment because you led that person astray.
That's true.
And so Elle was in a discussion during a live stream, and the Muslim was flipping out about the idea that Allah would punish one person for the sins of another. Then they're pointing it out. Wait, according to the Quran, Allah will punish people for the sins of others if they led them astray. And so the Muslim finally agreed to that. Yes, if someone leads someone else astray, then that person deserves to be punished. And then Elle pointed out, wait a minute, what about all these verses where Allah says that he's the one who leads people astray?
Yep.
And isn't that a funny little, I don't know how, it seems like something I would have picked up on at some point, and I never picked up on it, that according to the Quran, Allah is the one who leads everyone astray, who goes astray. And therefore, if Allah, he has to punish himself. How would he do that? Hey, Allah, I got an idea. You could enter creation and accept your punishment.
Allah does not enter creation except when he comes down to listen to the prayers at a part of the night.
Well, one of these days when he's down here listening to prayers, he needs to take his medicine.
He always comes down when it's a specific time of the night. So considering that it's always a specific time of the night somewhere, he's always here. So logic. Ignatius Larios Jakub's big head equals smart. This is indeed true. Yeah.
Hey, AP, we need some graphics computer guy to make like a video of Allah going back and forth, as you know, like have his throne up here and have the earth spinning and have him like going up and down as the earth spins and stuff like this, and sort of following his trajectory and stuff like that. We look like he's bouncing. He's going like this all the way around. Anyway, someone's got to do that.
Songs of Relief. The real Mubahala was the friends we made along the way. Speaking of God logic with Ali Dawah was a great example of the ministry of reconciliation.
Oh man, I was gonna make a video on Ali Dawah whining about people ripping the Quran and stuff, when this guy, like, it's a reaction to his behavior and hijab's behavior that's causing things like that. So anyway, I was going to make a video about that, but then I finished watching his debate with God logic. That was the most insane massacre in the history of forever, based on what Ali Dawah did. Ali Dawah brings a toy to explain how a square can't be a triangle, and he brings him this little kit. Did you see it, AP?
Oh yeah, I think so.
The square and the triangle.
Yeah. No, maybe I don't know. No, I think
you would remember it if you did. So they had a 2-part. They had it one night, and then Ali Dawah came back.
He gave him a gift. He gave him those things.
The toy. Did you see that?
Yeah. I didn't see them unpack it. I just saw them give it.
Legendary. So Ali Dawah brings God logic things. He said, "I'm going to try to explain to you the different shapes." Yeah. And he said, look, this one got a triangle in it, and this one got a square in it. The square did not fit in the triangle, and the triangle don't fit in the square. You see, that's like Jesus' divine nature, his human nature. It can't go. It's a contradiction, right? And God logic goes, hey, Ali Dawah, what's the shape of this toy? And he goes, a square. And he goes, and it's a triangle inside the square, right? And it was just, and the whole crowd goes, oh! And it was, but he brought the toy to. Anyway, it's hilarious.
The amount of stupidity.
It's ridiculous. And the rest of it was Ali Dawah just posturing and trying to recover. Oh,
what a cell phone.
It was bad.
Sancho Panza said, Jay spent so much money buying all the volumes of the Talmud that now he can't afford a decent light. What's with your light, Jay?
So I'm at my other place, and I have a new camera on the way. I thought it was going to be here today, but it's going to be here tomorrow. And then, so that'll all be fixed this week.
And then also says, Am Israel Chai. I think this says Yeshua Hu Mashiach. Okay, so I guess this is a Christian person. Okay, good. MT says, like, now people are going to say, look, how can he read that? He's a secret Jew. Like Patti Lupone that went on The View and said American Christianity is no different from the Taliban.
Smart.
I don't even know who that is. MTJ, a book is the equivalent of a blog. There is no barrier for entry. Vanity Publishing, other sources.
Okay, so I guess every book is a blog equivalent. I mean, there's a really good book everybody should read. If you get time, people should work through Tragedy and Hope. It's a really important book. He was CFR archivist. He was mentor to Bill Clinton. That book was written for people going into international relations and foreign service. It's kind of a CIA section chief book. That's not the equivalent of a blog. Not everybody can do that. It's a very important book.
Okay, I've got a really long blog post.
Okay, I have to explain to the chat. There are publishing houses that don't even read your material. You pay them and they publish it. It's called vanity publishing, not like textbooks. I'm glad you explained it because nobody else understood what you were saying. But thank you.
Wait, people can self-publish stuff?
Yeah. See,
I have both, so I'm aware of that. I have books that are self-published, and I have a publisher, so I'm aware of it.
Nice. Judas Iscariot says David sitting looking like the cat that swallowed the canary. LOL. This was very early on. Meanwhile, David started talking.
Did you say cannery?
How do you say it?
Canary.
Don't make fun of me just because I can't.
A cannery is a place back in the day where they'd like put soup in jars and stuff.
I'm trying to learn.
Well, learn to speak English, man. What the heck? You've been here for years.
I'm trying to learn speaking English, man. I'm a pro-immigrant. I have privileges. Bright and Rise. AP, if you're for peace, common sense, and protecting Christians from jihadists, why are you so hostile to all Palestinian Christians online and won't talk to them? What are you talking about?
We'll talk to Palestinian Christians. Put together some group of Palestinian Christians.
Who am I hostile against? How many Palestinian Christians are there that I haven't talked to? Or that I refuse to talk to, that offered talking to me and that I haven't talked to? I don't know of any such case. I don't have anything against them. On the contrary, I think I support them. I just think that they are very often used in very, very bad ways in this whole conflict for certain narratives. There are pretty much no Christians in Gaza. There are Christians in the West Bank. There are more Christians in within the borders of Israel. Most of them are supportive of the Israeli state, and so on. And I think it would be in their best interest to dissociate themselves completely from the Islamic terrorist movements and to work for peace. That's also what I said in my debate. But I'm happy to talk to them as well.
Yeah, as far as Palestinian Christians, there are lots of Palestinian Christians who would disagree with AP on Israel and so on, and you can understand completely different perspectives. I mean, when Hamas does something and Israel, sends a missile that way, that can sometimes impact Christians, and you're looking around, what the heck, man? These guys just bomb this place and so on. So understand. It's at the end of the day, we just think there's no real future with Hamas in charge. So I would root for whoever's wrecking Hamas and so on. But guess what? There are going to be people who are caught in that crossfire. But there's no good situation. There's no good state of affairs that's going to emerge with a terrorist group controlling the entire area. It's just that has to change, or there's no hope for anyone there.
I mean, I brought this up in my debate and also before. One example, speaking of Christians and Orthodoxy, Archbishop Alexios, he's in Gaza, and he is directly responsible for the oldest church in the region, the St. Porphyrius Church there, which suffered damage during the current war. He, in 2014, gave an interview to, I think, CBN, and said right there that Hamas is, as an Islamist group, directly in charge, and we have to do whatever they say. But he complained and said that Hamas comes and uses the church compound to directly fire rockets at Israel from there, and he knows that as a result of that, Israel will have to fire back at some point. So during the current ongoing war, it happened indeed. Israel, I think, didn't fire directly at the church compound, but close by, and then as a result of that, a building in the church compound collapsed, and 18 people that were hiding there, were sheltering there, died. But as a result of that, lots of Christians stood up and said, and lamented and said, "This war must end. What is this?" and so on. And I understand that, and I understand what's going on. But here is the issue: you have the Archbishop who said years before that this was going to happen because Hamas was using the site to fire at Israel. And Hamas is deliberately doing that. So this is not just Israeli propaganda. It's the Archbishop himself, the Orthodox Christian Archbishop in Gaza, saying that Hamas is doing this and that this will happen. When it then happens, everyone forgets about why it happened. This is why it's in the best interest of the Christians as well that this Islamist problem is dealt with and peace is found. And I personally think that there is no peace to be found as long as you have groups like Hamas or the other terrorists running around. It would be better for all of it to be absorbed into one Israeli state that will take care of the peace situation there. Because with the other side, it doesn't work. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my concern as far as like Christians in the area is I don't want Christians or the church to be pawns in the game of terrorists or of anyone else. Not of the jihadis, not of Israel or anything else. But right, I mean, as far as what's going on in Gaza, yeah, Hamas has been using Christians to sway global public opinion. You see.
Jay, I don't know if you know the reference, but this is a reference to this clip that I'm just going to play quickly because I love it so much.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
Good point. Valid point.
By the way, I just realized he is the Arab Yaqub. Did you see his head? And where is his? He needs to bring his afro back.
Go back.
He's Yaqub for Arabs.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally?
Oh, you're
He
right.
could be hiding two brains.
He has two brains.
That's Muhammad Yaqub.
Muhammad Yaqub. Mark Young skipping. Why can't I ask Jay about ROC?
Was that the Russian Orthodox Church? I don't care. I mean,
was there a super chat that I skipped? Maybe I did. I think I do remember skipping one super chat because I thought it was just an inflammatory super chat about the Russian Orthodox Church. Maybe I did that. I don't know.
Is it about the KGB and all that? If people are interested, I did a pretty lengthy interview with Metropolitan Jonah.
Yeah, I think it was about the Russian Orthodox Church's history with the KGB and stuff.
Well, the ROCOR, which is, I go to a Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia. For those that don't know, ROCOR exists because of the Sovietization of the church. ROCOR is the churches that are the people that left Russia to flee the Soviets. And so what happened is Western intelligence aided British intelligence, CIA, they helped to bring those people over. And so when they got out of the Soviet Union, they set up the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. So it's the opposite. It's the people who were fleeing Soviets. That's the origin of the church. And if you listen to that interview that I did with Metropolitan Jonah, who is a really well-read historian of the Russian church, he talks about how even in Russia during the Soviet period, the KGB had these tiers of people that ranged from uncompromisable amongst the bishops and priests all the way down to fully compromised. So it's not an all or nothing thing. There's people who were kind of even in the middle of, we might can compromise them, we might not. So it's not a black or white issue.
How much do you think? I don't know if you want me to ask you this question or if I'm supposed to ask you this question. Just about the current patriarchate and how much you think the history of, certain involvements in certain things continues into today. If you don't want to answer.
I don't mind answering. I mean, I generally I have criticisms of the MP. I think that Metropolitan Hilarion, who was the right-hand man, I think there was a big scandal with him. I'm not talking about Metropolitan Hilarion of ROCOR. I'm talking about the Metropolitan in Russia. There was a big scandal involving that individual who many people were criticizing for a long time, saying that there was something shady there. I think that Kirill is involved in a lot of politics by necessity. The Russian church has always been very close to the state. They've always had a very tempestuous symphonia relationship between church and state there. There's pros and cons to a close relationship between church and state. I don't think that the Russian church is any more Soviet, but I do think that there is a lot of influence, obviously, that Putin has. It's not all bad, but there can also be the attempt to make the church more of a political entity than it should be. I'm not for the West in the Ukraine. We talked about Tiny Mustache Man earlier. It's NATO that supports the old Galen organization networks throughout Ukraine, who are all the Tiny Mustache Man supporters. So the canonical Russian Orthodox Church, I do believe, is the right one. It has been persecuted. They have even criticized the MP as well. So there's no easy answers. It's a very hairy situation.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Pelargonian Lion says, has David ever checked out an Orthodox church service? Would love to see him become Orthodox. David is going to become Orthodox by force soon. Now, I've also invited David.
So that's your old Ottoman background, right? Or you're Turkish, right? So you're going to be the Orthodox Sultan Caliphate.
Yeah.
That will convert forcibly everyone to Orthodoxy.
Well, the thing is, I promised before, basically, that once I'm done with my catechism and I get baptized, I will retake Constantinople and dedicate it to the Orthodox Church, and also, do whatever comes with it. So
he thinks they're going to make him they're going to give him the patriarchy there. He thinks.
Yeah.
I want to be okay. So you're angling for just Constantinople. All right.
Yeah. I'm not intending to give it to Greece. I'm going to take it for myself. So, the mythical elliptical AP and J. I'm a christened Catholic and getting back into the church after being raised Protestant. I'm curious what drove both of you away from Catholicism and into Orthodoxy. Thank you both. Jay, whatever.
Well, he put you first. It's your show. So, how come you didn't go in the realm of Roman Catholicism?
I mean, the funny thing is, when I first went to the Orthodox Church, I was still I was praying the Rosary, and when I asked my priest about entering the church and becoming a catechumen, I was still doing the Rosary, and I asked him if that's okay, and he said there's nothing wrong with it, except for a few caveats here and there about imagining and things like that.
Imagine prayer,
yeah. But so I have lots of respect and have had lots of interest in the Catholic Church, and still kind of have this romantic idea of the Catholic Church, and kind of have this would love to at some point see a proper traditional way of union. That said, I think I expressed this to you in messages before, but I kind of have some issues with the authority of the Pope and certain things that popes over the last few decades have said that I find a little bit problematic. And I also think that looking at for example, the change of the creed by the Church in Rome, and then the assertion of the Pope as supreme authority over the entire church, and things like these. I think I'm only speaking from a very, very, very lowly position, but from what I see there, it seems to me that the Orthodox position on both of those things, for example, is the more valid position. And that, in my humble opinion, it would have been more suitable for the West to eventually go with what the other seats decided, and not to make decisions on its own. So that's kind of what drives me toward Orthodoxy, I would say.
I'll go ahead and admit that I'm here's my proof. I'm still secretly, and I've always been. I'm not a Jesuit agent. I'm a Dominican Thomist agent, because I still have an Aquinas icon.
Wait, is that one of those monastery icon things?
I don't know where I got that.
That looks like one of those.
You know what? It is. It actually is. Yeah. So I bought this when I was Roman Catholic, not even realizing that that's like some crazy dude who's not even Orthodox that makes these. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just real simply, I mean, I was Roman Catholic. I converted out of Calvinism in 2003 to Roman Catholicism, and throughout most of my 20s and the 2000s, I was a pretty devoted, hardcore traditional Catholic. Got very into Thomas Aquinas. Got all the Summa and all that over there. And eventually, as I got into Catholic dogma, I had real issues with the pre-Vatican II, post-Vatican II teachings. Some of what AP mentioned, like Lumen Gentium 16, Nostra Aetate 3, the way it speaks of Islam and Christianity worshiping the same God. I never found that to be acceptable. Even when I was a Catholic, I really struggled to try to make it all work. Had a period where I wasn't an atheist, but I got tired of Tradcatism and just kind of, I read a bunch of stuff, everything from, I've got like Kabbalistic Judaic stuff. I read Neoplatonic stuff. I read Pranilus. I read Sufi stuff. I wasn't into Islam, but I was interested in like mystical Sufi theology and stuff. I never adopted those, but I was just interested. And then I started reading my Bible again around 2013, 14. Started reading St. Maximus the Confessor quite a bit. And his philosophical approach was actually what I was really finding more and more convincing, at the same time as getting back into reading the Old Testament many times through. Because I found when I was a Calvinist, I was a Reconstructionist, so I liked the Old Testament a lot. Anyway, and eventually I just found that if it wasn't going to be Rome, I wasn't going to be Protestant anymore. A lot of the Thomistic baggage that I had to kind of shed that. And then I eventually just went with Orthodoxy in 2015, 16.
Nice. Nice.
Well, here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing AP say, hey, I was a Muslim, then I was an atheist, then an agnostic, then cathuman, becoming Orthodox. And then with Jay, I hear I was Calvinist, then Catholic, then interested in some weird stuff, then Orthodox. What I'm hearing is you guys have a pretty big track record of being wrong.
No, I was right every time. I just had to make myself more right.
Good point.
I was right, but getting more right.
Good point. Very good point. See? Contemporary companions, great to see you three united by one thing, being late. Yeah, I had to reschedule it by like 30 minutes because I realized that I have to be somewhere. So, yeah.
But the Hodge twins told me I was honorary black and I could be late.
That's what they said. I know you guys covered it, but they told me I was honorary black and I have the ability to be late. So that was their word.
They don't talk like that, though. They talk like hillbillies. Y'all know why we's here, right?
Yeah,
they talk like my cousins from like Preston County and stuff. But anyway, except when then they switch it and they go, yeah, and then they'll sound all cool.
Tess, but do you think Europe's largely Islamic migration crisis and attempted Islamization is by design and possibly due to collaboration of Eastern and Western powers, or just circumstance and ignorance? Very complicated topic. You believe what?
By design.
So I think that there is an aspect of design in it, but I also think that there is a certain other aspect, which is great naivety and stupidity by the average population, has a lot to do with it. So, yeah.
I believe that's happening too, but there's a good companion. If you do read Tragedy and Hope and Anglo-American Establishment, there's a good book that came out by a Romanian guy who's a British Romanian guy. It's called Milner-Fabian Conspiracy. And he argues pretty forcefully through here that it was by design, particularly by the Fabian socialist elites in the UK. Keir Starmer, very famous open Fabian socialist, which is why he's so pro-Islam.
The thing is, there are also pretty big Christian organizations involved in the whole moves of immigrant populations through the West, notably certain Catholic
Roman Catholic institutions. Absolutely,
yeah. So look at what you have here. Do you think it's this or that?
It's both.
Yeah, you can have both, and I would attribute it mostly to ignorance and stupidity, and just if you program a population, hey, you're bad, and you're bad if you don't want this entire group coming in, and you're bad if you object to anything they say, and so on. And if you just program people to believe that all their lives and so on from the time they're young, just based on that by itself, you get a lot of what you see. But I mean, just think about the groups that align, right? You got communists and Islam and stuff. They'll all be united on. You got multiple groups that all want like the West to collapse, all kind of working together and so on. So that, right? There are tons of people who want the West to be destroyed. The question is like, how many people in actual positions of power are there that are on board with that whole project?
Powerful. We searched Republic Guard Ba'athist housing in Al Karma, Iraq. They went across the border to war it for us to live in. They became ISIS leadership. Powerful. Karamasao says, does AP still agree with the replacement of the Ukrainian Canonical Church by the OCU? So here is the thing. This was one of the main issues where I think I got most of the maybe justified angry reactions from Orthodox circles on social media, and one of the issues for which I actually retracted some of the stuff that I said, and I think I was wrong, because at some point, for example, I argued that that oppressive actions by the Ukrainian government against the Orthodox Church did not happen. This is a statement that I made, and that was a wrong statement, because I think it's clear that there have been oppressive interventions by the Ukrainian government against the Orthodox Church. So I can correct and admit that I was completely wrong there. And this is also something that Father Lily called me out on, actually. I didn't respond to him, although I asked him to clarify that, and then I went with his response and looked further into it and realized that I'm kind of wrong about that. I have to say, so I don't want to get involved in church politics, but I see that there is in my opinion, a somewhat justified intervention by Constantinople, by the Patriarchate of Constantinople, to interfere in Ukraine and to give autonomy to a different body within Ukraine, to kind of sever Russia's control over Ukraine. But this is all politics. And I would say, I would at this point purely and strictly go with whatever the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople decrees to be the right thing to do. I'm just obedient at this point. I don't have any further political opinions on this.
I would say that's probably something we do disagree on. And our position, there's a book on this called The Ecclesial Crisis on Ukraine, and it's written by a metropolitan from our perspective, criticizing the EP in that. So that's all I'll say on that.
But again, for some reason, I thought it would be it's okay for me to get involved in that kind of stuff early on. At this point, I don't think that I am in any position to comment on that or even have discussions about that. So, yeah. Jordan says, AP, do you still hold that we ought to support Israel, or was that also just reactionary? I never really held that we ought to support Israel. This is actually a distinction that I kind of tried to make, but then...
yeah, there is a distinction between should and ought. I think the topic was should, right? Which should you can interpret as ought, but you can also like, should I do this or should I do that?
To my understanding, so should can be considered equal in such discussions to ought to, unless you clarify what you mean by should, and that you don't mean ought to when you say should. And my original plan was to actually clarify that, and I think I did, but I probably kind of failed to deliver that, because later on it kept on being about ought to, which I never really asserted, but I think I kind of slipped up there, in clarifying that.
There were two.
I don't think Christians are under an obligation to support Israel. I think it's only better for Christians to support Israel.
Yeah, and there are two kind of ambiguous words there, which I think were a little bit of confusion. So one is should. Are you interpreting that as ought, or just like, hey, this is a good idea, or this is a good thing to do? And then support. What does that mean? Because a lot of people are like saying, oh, this means support it militarily, or this means you have to send money or something like this. But you can, if you support Zionism, if you say I agree with Zionism, then you're supporting Zionism. So it's like, I don't know, would have been clarification.
It depends on what you mean by
you probably could have worded the topic in in terms that would be less likely to cause confusion?
Well, it comes down to the meaning of the hierarchical archetype of should and ought
Yes.
to. And I think you have to make a distinction between ought to and should. It's bloody difficult. But yeah, so I don't think that Christians are under an obligation to, or that they ought to, in the strictest sense, support Israel. I think it would be, I still think it would be the right thing to do. So, yeah. And Jay thinks this is very wrong.
Well, I thought the way the debate was framed in the sense of moral ought, usually, in ethics, in terms of philosophy, that has some sort of force behind it. Like, the weight of the debate becomes you need to demonstrate the justification for the ought. So in that regard, no, I don't think that was demonstrated in the debate.
Fair.
So from an epistemic standpoint, but in terms of the practical argument that you're making, that, okay, so is it a worse off situation if there's not the existing government in power? That's another issue, separate from when you say, do you support the existence of Jews, or Jews to have a homeland, or Jews to be self-determining as a people? I think that's yes. I don't know that, again, I would equate that with Zionism per se, just because Zionism is a historical movement that is politically and, it's politically atheistic in its origins. Granted, maybe nowadays it means something different. So with all those nuances, that's what I would say.
Oh yeah. So actually, there were three ambiguous terms in the debate topic. So should, are you interpreting that as like a moral, you interpret that in like language of moral obligation? Then support. What do you mean by support? Like, hey, I support your idea. I support your idea, or I'm going to send you support or something like that. And then Zionism itself. That's the most ambiguous because there are a bunch of different versions of it. So
I think I clarified that one, but yeah, right, Rachel, good to see you here. But AP, in your debate with Andrew, that's exactly what you argued. You said that Christians specifically had an obligation to support Israel. So I don't believe, I'm pretty sure that I didn't say that they have an obligation, because I would be very clear in making.
You better hope you're right, otherwise this will be clipped tomorrow. You see, that's what he said right here.
Clip it. Clip it.
He's lying.
But I wouldn't say that I wouldn't have said that that Christians have such an obligation, because I was actually preparing very specifically to make the distinction between the should without an ought to. But that's the thing, and that is my shortcoming. I admit that that I, despite preparing for that, failed to actually establish that first, which is where the misunderstanding did come into existence. So that is one issue that I even wanted to clarify later on as we were in the heated debate, but then it was kind of too late to ever get back to it. So I didn't argue that. My position would still be that it's in the best interest of Christians, and that's what they should be doing. I didn't say obligation, though. If I did say obligation, show it to me, and I will publicly flagellate or something. Yeah. Jordan, searching deeper, Gentile time closing. Jesus said 24, they will fall by the sword and will be taken as prisoners to all the nations. Jerusalem will be trampled on by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. LK 21 Independence.
I believe that's talking about what happened primarily in 70 AD. So I'm a partial preterist. A lot of church fathers, especially Eastern church fathers, were partial preterists. Chrysostom, Cyril of Alexandria. There's some really good books on this. You could read Chrysostom on Matthew 24, but it's a good Protestant text on this by Ken Gentry called Before Jerusalem Fell. And there's a classic commentary on the book of Revelation. He was about to be Orthodox right before he died, by David Chilton. So that's my view on Matthew 24 and Luke 21.
Oh, look, wait a minute. I think I wanted to look this up before I mess it up. Here. I think if I unmute this, let me see.
Here has a problem with. In my opening statement, I never ever argued that it is an obligation for Christians to support Israel. I did say Christians should. I did say it would be the right thing. I did say it would be morally right. I never ever made it look like it is an obligation for Christians, or it is within their religion that they must support the state of Israel. I argued that with...
So yeah, I think I made that very clear.
Rachel Wilson, I wasn't even sure, but Rachel Wilson has been exposed for misrepresenting AP.
Rachel was gaslighting.
No, by the way, it would actually be easy to, if you say this is it's morally right to do this. that's still different, as you just used it right there. That's different from moral obligation. So you were saying that because lots of people would be confused on that. If I say, should I give that homeless person this amount of money, I could say that's morally right. I'm doing the right thing. It's different. It's different to say I have a moral obligation to do that particular thing or something like that. So anyway, yeah, it's I guess it's just for people to understand that, like, we're using terms in different ways, and so it is good to seriously clarify as much as possible.
Still, I think it would have been
in the opening.
I think you're dying, David.
What? Am I?
You were dying. You were just cutting out. Yeah, but yeah, I still do think, to be very fair, as I just said, that it could have been more firmly and better established, the distinction there. So, yeah. But hey, good to see you, Rachel. AC, if the West polices Islam, then opens a new can of worms. How can we sustain this with over 100% dollar destruction and 30+ trillion lien in debt? In many cases, it's already too late, but in some cases, there is a thing called remigration, which is a big term right now going around in Europe. So,
and what do you mean by polices Islam? You mean like in
mean
Western nations? You mean like in Western nations, or you mean like around the world? Because you could be saying, hey, we don't have the money to be policing Islam around the world, or you could say, hey, why are we doing this in our countries when you bring in all these guys and then they want jihad and then you have to spend the rest of their lives policing them?
Powerful. If Orthodoxy can say we know where the church is, but not where it isn't, we can't say why can't Islam say we know the Injil is true, but don't know where it is? That's interesting. David, what's your response to this?
That's true.
Okay. Thank you. Paisios says, will there be a discussion on the Russia and Ukraine issue? It seems to me that AP denies the persecution of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
Exactly. Stop doing that. Stop doing that, AP.
Glad we just argued that. So I do think that there are very problematic things that happened with the Orthodox, with the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. But there is also a thing, right? If I'm not wrong, Jay, the branch of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church MP, as it was known, I think officially severed ties with Russia, right? So they're officially kind of cut off right now, while Russia still considers them part, but they are kind of.
Well, I know that Metropolitan and Nufri made statements critical of the MP. I'm not sure about being cut off, but I mean, as far as I know, they're still in communion, and it's still from most of the Orthodox world, except for perhaps the EP and perhaps the Patriarch of Alexandria, who seems to have flipped. The EP previously recognized Onufri as the canonical church. So I think that's probably one of the most damning issues with that. Also, Dumenko was previously not accepted as a legitimate cleric because of problems with his past by the EP. And I think the reason this gets hairy is it's the State Department that put a lot of pressure on Constantinople to make this change. So it might not even be valid if it's an external influence from the state on the church, even if the EP's actions are, quote, valid from his perspective of canon law. But anyway, that's a different issue from, I mean, you can go look up, like, the Pompeo and the State Department championed the creation of the Church of Ukraine, the National Church of Ukraine. So it's literally a State Department CIA creation by their own Twitter timeline.
Powerful. So I know that even So one of the recent Orthodox teachers, hierarchs that I respect a lot, Metropolitan Callistus, had disagreements with, or had openly criticized Constantinople for their interference in Ukraine and all that. I know that this is a very, very contentious topic. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this any further. Paisius, will there be a discussion? Yes. J.K. Fuerte Panel, does any country have a right to exist if it can solely defend itself? Really depends. But I think that Israel fully has the ability to defend itself. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen this pop up, that any nation that can't defend itself can't be called a nation. I saw that. Oh, I've seen that like dozens of times. And that's just, I don't, if you want to object on other grounds, that's fine. But that particular claim, that's stupid. If the United States wanted to take Mexico right now, Mexico could not stop us unless Mexico had help. So what? Mexico's not a nation? That doesn't make any sense. So anyway, when those kinds of arguments are used, I don't know. I don't trust your position if that's
well, all of the countries out of Sykes-Picot wouldn't be countries if France and Britain hadn't divided them up and created them as countries, and so that would mean that all countries basically failed to be countries.
They turned them into countries. Yeah. So even with the thing, very interesting with Jordan. We talked about Jordan earlier and how Israel had this vision of absorbing Jordan into a Palestinian state or something like that. This is still it's still a popular thing today, often pointed out by Israelis jokingly that there already is a Palestinian state and it's called Jordan. But there were actually behind the scenes discussions between the Zionist movement and the Hashemite, the Jordanian family, to somehow come to an arrangement and to basically give them the right to govern the Palestinian Arab population and to somehow find peace in that way. And Jordan was fine with it. Jordan was kind of an interesting two sides player during this entire conflict.
Why do you think that didn't come about?
There are so many reasons to it, but I mean, Jordan did after the initial war, after 1948, Jordan did directly occupy the West Bank and also annex it, actually. They went as far as annexing it. So the Arab League was outraged about this. They said, you can't do this. This is not the plan. But they said, sorry, we don't care, but this is what we're going to do. So they did go ahead and try to annex the West Bank and give the Palestinian Arabs in the West Bank citizenship and all that. Later on, it didn't really come to fruition because Jordan couldn't figure things out with Israel and flipped sides and started fighting. So it all got a little bit bitter. Very complicated. H. Brasi, as a chief Dyerite, I appreciate the hospitality of our boy, but I'd like a clarification of your reasoning for calling him a schizo or a retraction.
Well, I told him at the beginning I took my meds, so today I'm not a schizo.
I think what I actually said was that you were making schizo arguments or something like that, saying schizophrenic things. I think those were my words. But yeah, as I said nasty things in that whole exchange, and I'm sorry about that. So.
It's okay. I get called schizo every day. A little side note: the kings of Jordan, by the way, have for many years been also on the CIA payroll, and I think that ended under Carter for whatever reason, but they were basically, the CIA would just give them $1 million a year. And then that's declassified, by the way, but just a little interesting side note.
Nice. Well, the king, when he recently went to meet Donald Trump, was acting like a really, really good boy. So it's pretty cool. Must be a little bit embarrassing. AC, does Romans 9 and 11, a God's special plan for Jews, mean a special second covenant? They cannot be opposed in our politics, and yes, spreads of heresy. So very quickly before Jay comments on this, I don't think that it implies a second special covenant. I don't think that there is any understanding of any separate covenant, but that there is a continued relationship that eventually leads to reconciliation between God and the Jews. But yeah, what do you think?
Well, I agree that any kind of notion of a second covenant or separate covenant, dual covenant would be kind of dispensationalism, and we would disagree with that. But I agree with you that there does seem to be a future conversion. I don't think that reconciliation can happen without it being some kind of belief. Paul says that grafted out because of unbelief, but through faith can be grafted back in. And it mirrors what he says in 2 Corinthians 3 about the veil eventually being removed. And then the Jews sees Christ in the law, in Moses, basically, in 2 Corinthians 3. So that's what I think.
And once again, the most fascinating aspect about all of this to me, which makes it even kind of sweet, if that's the word, to me, is that Paul calls it a mystery. So we don't really know how it comes about. It's just that's what it is. Avery Harwout says, I'd also like to publicly apologize to Dyer for calling him a hypocrite because I said he ran from a debate. My handle is Ortho-Catholic, by the way. Shame on you, Ortho-Catholic.
Ran from a debate from who? I don't. A lot of times, really small accounts will, if you don't I don't know this person, but like if you don't reply, they'll say that you ran. It's like I don't know what did I run from.
Yeah, I have a similar thing. I see probably like maybe between 1% and 5% of messages like on Twitter and stuff. But yeah, if I ever do not respond to something, I find that I'm running.
Nomadicus just got here 10:27 EST. So Jay is a Zionist. Can I get a recap? Yes.
No.
Well, again, we have to, as we've seen tonight, I guess nuance is necessary.
Yeah,
right?
It would be kind of a bare minimum secular concept of a right of a people to exist and defend themselves or something like that.
So,
but I find that is why I'm called a Zionist, and therefore I'm taking that as like one definition. So
jokes aside, I would say that so Zionist in the sense, like I would for example consider David in a sense a Zionist because he's actively in support of the of Israel in a way, whereas with Jay Dyer he acknowledges that they have a right to exist, but that's as far as it goes. So you don't have any active support or active.
Well, I think there's a realpolitik that Israel is there. There's no point in pretending that we could remove the nation state of Israel, something like this. It's just not reality. Perhaps a person could make an argument that due to, from my perspective, Orthodox, the situation could be worse if it wasn't the way it is. I don't know that there's a necessity or a moral ought in terms of taxpayer money. I can't see the argument for that. And even the Likud party seems to publicly disagree with that. So I disagree with a religious support of Zionism as a position. I do believe that Israel has a right to exist as a people group, to have self-defense, to be a self-determining people. There's no point in thinking that the existing pragmatic realpolitik is going to change. So that's as far as I can say.
Love the AR cone. This is actually the logo of the channel Harmony, which is an Orthodox Christian film channel. So that's what this actually is. I'm just
I thought maybe it's like a Bitcoin QR code. Like,
no, it's
a Bitcoin.
wait, you know Harmony, right? You probably know about them.
I'm not sure.
You should know about them. This channel here.
I'm not
they
sure.
do Orthodox Christian production stuff. They do really, really good stuff, and I'm just shouting them out and wearing their stuff for free right now because I love them. Because
I don't think I've seen this.
Because they recently made some really, really good films. They got my attention by making something about Alexander Shmurel, which was very amazing, and then about Saint Maria of Paris, and I followed it and became a member. And loved what they do, and messaged with them as well to thank them. They were very, very nice. So yeah, that's what I'm wearing. That's what I'm shouting out here. Harmony, go subscribe to Harmony. Harmony. They didn't pay me to say this. Rachel. Rachel.
Andrew is very chill and super nice when he's not debating. He was extremely kind to AP when we were at the debate in person. Ask AP, he will tell you, you guys are nuts. Yeah, I would just recommend not responding, not interacting with the people here. But some people in the chat say stuff about Andrew Wilson. I said my part about Andrew Wilson publicly before as well. I made a post about it after the debate. He has been nothing but nice, nothing but kind and good to me during the debate, immediately after the debate, long after the debate, and so on. So
yeah, we all went out and had barbecue after the debate. We all went to a barbecue place, and I ate like 180 barbecue wings and so on.
I have nothing but respect. I think that he's a very, very good guy in private. I had my reservations about him before I met him in person. I think that he's a good guy. As much as he might still be have some skepticism about me, I have no problem with him at all, and I would just ask people who want to attack him not to do that. He's a good guy.
Yeah, and I'll say, yeah, just so everyone knows, post debate, we all get along very well. Andrew's a brutal debater, but that's debate. I operate on kind of a cool point system, meaning, hey, if you do enough cool stuff over here, I'll let you slide on other things. And as far as I'm concerned, Andrew's argument that if Muslims are right and Muhammad didn't hurt Aisha when they had sex, Muhammad's member must have been 1.8 inches or less. As far as I'm concerned, based on that alone, based on that contribution to apologetics and polemics, Andrew Wilson could axe murder 50 people, and I would not complain just because, because of that.
Yeah. Back to Rachel. Wait a minute.
Hey,
Here.
I do have a question. Why is Andrew sending his wife to fight his battles for him?
Rachel, if you want to hop on, totally cool, by the way.
Or Andrew, he's like, is Andrew there? And he's like, Rachel, say this now. Ask him this. Ask him this.
Or if Andrew wants to hop on, he should as well. We're having a good time right now, so totally open to that. Jay stated that he had the same position that Andrew took in the debate. Andrew never said Israel had no right to exist. Correct. Only that America had no obligation to support it with tax money. Address this. This is correct. I completely agree with it. I know for a fact that Andrew said during the debate that he doesn't have any issue with Israel's right to exist. That he just thinks that we don't need to have an active tax support or anything like that for Israel. And he also later on clarified on Twitter and made a post about how he believes Israel has the right to exist, because of which the Groyper started attacking him, by the way. So I completely agree with that. Yeah.
By the way, this is what I meant earlier when I said, people are arguing and then they don't realize they actually agree on a lot of things. Like, I wouldn't even say that this nation has a moral obligation to support that nation with tax money. I would say it's good if you can, because just given the sheer volume of people in the world who would want to wipe them out, if you're in a position where you can help them, I think it's a good thing to do. Because even if they're okay right now, doesn't mean they're going to be okay 10 or 15 years from now. So.
Nice.
You see, he's running.
She's good. Searching deeper, Israel had many kings, many bad. It didn't make Israel stop being from God, except for exile. The fact they returned now, by definition, is from God.
Hey, now Jay suddenly went to perfect lighting.
Well, I forgot to plug my little thing in here, so it died, and it was getting all blurry and dark and foreboding. But I would disagree with this comment, because I think Matthew 21 in the parable, we have the notion of the flesh nation of Israel as a political entity being divorced. I believe that the penal sanctions and the covenantal enforcement of the law in terms of Deuteronomy and Leviticus was enforced due to not believing in the Messiah. So Israel got a bill of divorce that Hosea and other texts in the prophets talk about. So it doesn't mean that God will not save Jews or will not love Jews or ever bring them back, but that as a political national entity, that divorce happened in 70 AD. So I think Matthew 21:43 is pretty clear.
Noise.
Hey, hang on. No, never mind. I see.
Yeah, I wouldn't make any claims about the nation state of Israel being connected in any sense to the biblical Israel or anything like that. Would be far-fetched in my opinion. But I understand why some people do that because of their different theology. I personally don't do that. And I would consider that, I would think that in the Orthodox Church that is considered heretical. So, knows too much. U.S. giving tax $8 to Israel is a lie. U.S. invests in Israel for its own interests. With credit to buy arms from U.S. gets tech, intel, aircraft improvements more in return, worth much more. Yeah, that's the thing. That's another issue. People often look at how much money supposedly or how much aid supposedly America gives to Israel. So there is, I think, over 75% of the aid that Israel, that America supposedly gives to Israel returns directly to the U.S., not directly to the U.S. government, but to U.S. businesses, for example. And then I wouldn't consider myself competent enough to make any claims about how much of it, or whether the return exceeds the investment or anything like that. But this is basically how subsidizing works, for example, where the U.S. Gives Israel credit to purchase this much from the U.S. and Israel then, because they have a smaller industry, because they have a much smaller population, purchases stuff from the U.S. and thereby any aid that we give to Israel comes returned to America in form of fostering or feeding U.S. markets. So it's actually a very, very helpful business. We're not just giving them free money. Nobody just gives away free money.
Hey,
well, it's also not a lie if it's explicitly mentioned as something in Odinan and in the clean break strategy. So it's obviously not a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to point out, going back to Andrew Wilson as tied to the aid. Andrew was actually the one making the strongest claim in the debate. Because once AP clarifies what he means by support and stuff like that, it's not terribly controversial. Andrew was saying you have a moral obligation not to, I can't even say support Zionism or something like that, because I know like all these terms are ambiguous. But his was saying you have an ought not, because it could lead to a nuclear antichrist. So, but at the end of the day, I'm still not completely clear on everyone's position until like you actually say, okay, what do you mean by should? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by that?
I forgot that was actually the most contentious aspect of our debate to many people, including to Jay, actually.
The moral ought.
The implication of me supporting or thinking that it's okay to support a nation despite the whole Antichrist story. But I don't know if you see where what my point there actually was, which was that I don't actually believe that there is a chance of 30% of the population supporting directly the bringing about of the Antichrist or anything like that. I would rather acknowledge, for example, that 30% of the population supports the idea of establishing a third temple for different reasons. But then whether that really entails the bringing about of an Antichrist or anything like that would be extremely speculative, and in my opinion, not really something that you can really demonstrate. But even if there was a chance that a certain part of the population supports such a thing, I would say that it wouldn't really necessarily get in the way of still supporting that government, because I would consider the support of the people or of an entity that protects those people as morally right, which is why I wouldn't really look at the possible consequences of something like that and make my decisions based on consequentialism.
Well, from the Orthodox perspective, we'd have an obligation not to, because of the whole history with Julian the Apostate. So Julian wanted to rebuild the temple out of a desire to spite Christianity. And the patristic teaching when that happened was that any temple that would be built as the next temple would necessarily be Antichrist. So I think from the Christian patristic perspective, we would have to say no, you can't support a third temple.
I see. But so my point is never that, or has never been that, that I know that this will lead to an antichrist or something like that, and that we should still support it. So that'll be an absurd thing to say. But I see how people really took that and ran with it. MT, glad we agree there, Jay. Many don't seem to understand that you should always use multiple sources. They think published equals factual. Well, published technically equals factual. So yeah, definitely. If it's written somewhere in one book, it's true. Joji, X amplifies pride and is designed to cause confusion. Just talk it out ASAP next time and don't drag it out. Also, Dawood become Orthodox, you see. Yeah. David is actually soon going to attend an Orthodox liturgy, and then he can tell us all what he thinks about it. Fisherman's Corner, thanks, Jay. Sorry, limited words available, but totally agree. Pope kingship meant absolute monarch of the Vatican City State. The Lateran Treaty made him sovereign authority, effectively establishing a theocracy.
Okay, yeah, that definitely happened. Yeah.
Romology, you see, David Wood and Mike Winger are the same person. It's a conspiracy by the CIA to force need culture of the Christian population. This is true. Look, it even says it says Wingerling #1 on his tag here. Isn't that incredible?
I'm going to quit doing live streams with you. Keep changing my name to ridiculous things of my mortal enemies.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Byzantine warrior, the intellectual capital present here right now is off the charts. Gentlemen, keep up the fight, and above all, stay united. Many of us out here are inspired when leadership and example like yours is so great. I'm not a leader, and it says right here that I'm the most humble. So, yeah. Tesbot, P.S. My questions seem topical at time of sending, but then not so much. Plus, very late and sleepy in UK. Sorry, go to sleep. Also, just wanted to say shout out to Apostate Prophet, and again, thanks to Jay for bringing me out of Calvinism. By the way, y'all missed my previous chat. We didn't miss anything. Stop dissing Calvinism, man. We're not here to fight with anybody, not even with Calvinists.
Well, I will say that before I got on here, most of my friends and people that I respected, and clergy as well, everyone counseled to seek for peace. So that's what I came to do. So I think a lot of people thought, oh, it's going to be a knockdown, drag out battle.
I came for war. I came for war.
I figured, yeah, but people think, oh, Dyer doesn't listen to his spiritual advisors, and he just goes and debates. And no, I was actually coming thinking that we're going to have a huge fight, but all the people that I respect and listen to said, go easy, calm down, be peaceful, be a peacemaker. So that's what I tried to do.
I actually planned for, I thought AP was going to be like, okay, well, I'm sorry about this and this and this and this and that. And then he was going to turn it over to Jay and go, and what do you think, Jay? And Jay was going to be, yeah, I regret this and this and that. And I already had it planned in my head. I was like, no, it's going to be too boring. I'm just going to set things off by riling everybody up. And I was going to say, in 2 Kings, there's the story of Elisha, and there's a famine in the land, and he goes and meets with the sons of the prophets, and he says, hey, why don't we gather up some stuff to make a pot of stew? And they go out there, and the guy finds a gourd, but he doesn't know it's a poison gourd. But anyway, they make the stew, and then they say, there's death in the pot. There's death in the pot. This is poison. I was going to say the online Orthobro community is like that pot of poisoned gourd stew. And I was just going to start from there, and I was going to say, I apologize for nothing. I regret for nothing. I was just going to sit back and see what happened in there.
Fight.
And that's why everyone who's watching at the beginning, you saw me grinning. I was like waiting for an opportunity to derail everything, but then I didn't. So anyway.
Yeah, I know. I really appreciate that, Jay, and I also I wanted to truly just go into it making peace, and had the very same experience. Consulted several people, and yeah, it's good to go with what wiser people say. Please read Zechariah 8:23. It's eschatological. Am Israel Chai. What does Zechariah 8:23 say? David, you know it all by memory. What does it say?
Not 8:23.
This is what the Lord Almighty says. In those days, 10 people from all languages and nations will take firm hold of one Jew by the hem of his robe and say, let us go with you, because we have heard that God is with you.
Well, in the Orthodox view, that one Jew is Jesus that unites the nations. So
maybe this was the point of Arctic based here as well. Nice. Knows too much. Does JD acknowledge the fact that way too many people selectively apply insane double standards and lies, half-truths to attack Jews and Israel?
I mean, I'm willing to debate or be corrected on any of the points that people bring up. So,
yeah, I think that because of our disagreements, lots of people who are kind of like on my side of things had the impression that you, Jay, are like much more so hostile toward Israel or even Jews or Judaism. So I know from our past interactions that is not the case, but I think that many people here have a different impression. So,
well, that happens on the internet, like in general. I mean, people assume if you say one thing about this, they then assume that, for example, if I question an event or if I believe that there's a false flag, oh, you think everything is a conspiracy and everything is a false. No, that's not, that doesn't follow. And if I disagree with, I don't know, this policy that Israel's doing or that policy or this thing, then that must mean you hate all Jews. No. Oh, you don't criticize to the level I do or whatever, then you're a Zionist agent. You know, it's just everybody goes to these extremes.
Yeah, I saw earlier somebody said that Jay Dyer basically revealed hereby that he's a tool of the Freemasons or something like that. It's like, how did that happen?
Well, I disagree with Freemasonry, so I critique it all the time. I have Albert Pike's Morals and Dogmas right down here, so I've got many critiques of Freemasonry.
You know what's interesting about Freemasonry? It's so to my understanding of the history of it, it's a very recent history actually of how people understand Freemasonry, and just less than 100 years ago, many people who are now staunchly anti-Freemasonry would have just considered it something interesting or possibly good or positive. It's because it had a very different impression on people than it has today. The perception of it very, very much changed dramatically in 100 years. So when people look at past figures who 100 years ago were Freemasons, they say, oh, look, obviously very evil person. But 100 years ago, being a Freemason was perceived completely differently from how it is today.
So here's Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike. And here is pages 576 and 77, where Albert Pike affirms that the secrets of Freemasonry are basically just Neoplatonism.
Mm-hmm.
Every Orthodox Christian that I know that's serious about Orthodoxy rejects Neoplatonism because it's the basis for why people deny the essence energy distinction. Also, mainline history has some good takes on British imperial use of Freemasonry for espionage. So I'm not a Freemason.
And the disturbing thing about this is it is also that it basically kind of replaces Christianity when you go into it and establishes a very perennialist theology.
Correct.
And
the Morals and Dogma chapter on Christianity and the Trinity, he says, just reinterpret it as perennialism.
Mm-hmm. Why is the Christian history of Palestine ignored? Palestinian Orthodox Christians are ancient communities forgotten in the crossfire by both sides. True. There is even like genetic studies show that Palestinian Christians in general are significantly closer to the ancient populations than Palestinian Muslims on average, because the Palestinian Muslims on average are much more likely to have influence from, or history of being associated or related to the invading Arab forces and all that. The Palestinian Christians have a much deeper and older history, but the thing is also that they by now have endured 1,400 years of Islamic rule and thereby become completely quiet and tamed. So this is just what happens.
Yeah, there was a period too in the Middle Ages when it was a Byzantine imperial protectorate, and eventually Byzantium got weaker and weaker and weaker, and they just couldn't help or do anything against the caliphate in the Middle East.
Yep. Very, very much. Arakota, as a former atheist, AP, what is your opinion on TAG? Jay usually uses it as an atheist, so your opinion would be interesting. Do you have any questions about it for Jay? It's not an argument that I'm terribly well informed on, but I've also generally in the past expressed that I am not really greatly interested in arguments for the existence of God, or against. Even in my atheist phases, I kind of considered it all a little bit irrelevant to my reasons for believing it or not believing. That said, from what I understand of it, it is a little bit of a presuppositionist perspective. And I don't really know what to say about it, what to ask about it, if anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty obscure philosophical argument for God's existence. So I think the challenge is that it kind of requires a good bit of philosophical interest and proclivities for people to even get into it. So that's probably the biggest weakness or challenge for TAG. But I think it's a logically useful argument. Maybe touching on the point that you made earlier about reason and philosophy and scholasticism. I think that in Orthodoxy, we would agree that reason and logic and apologetics are useful and they have a key role, but they're really just kind of sign pointers pointing to the church. Mm-hmm. They can't do much more than that. So it definitely has a place. We have to do apologetics, but the summation of Orthodox theology is definitely not rationalized apologetics per se. But I think it's a solid argument.
Isn't it kind of historically more associated with Calvinist?
Well, like I said, I mean, you can in Fount of Knowledge, chapter 1, John Damascus uses Aristotle's transcendental argument for why you can't deny logic or you can't deny worldviews. So I would say there's precedent for it prior to John Calvin, prior to Bonson or Van Til. They did versions of it, but I don't think that. I mean, that'd be like saying, well, Aristotle did a first cause argument, so if you use a first cause argument, you're an Aristotelian. Well, not necessarily. Many church fathers have used cosmological arguments, different arguments. So it'd be a genetic fallacy to say that that the person making the argument determines whether it's good or bad. Well, the argument stands on its own.
So Aristotle was a Muslim anyway. So
I just read that I didn't realize a lot of Islamic stuff. I mean, I've heard this, but I didn't really think that much about it. But there's a little book on the Byzantine Empire by Runciman. There's also the Norwich trilogy, which is a big, fat, really long Byzantine history book. But he talks about a lot of Islamic culture was getting its education from Byzantine philosophers and theologians. Mm-hmm. So they didn't even have like an innate academic, rigor. It's all kind of borrowed from Hellenic culture and Byzantine culture.
Yeah, there's William Lane Craig. I remember years ago. So William Lane Craig, he uses the Kalam cosmological argument, and then there was an Australian Muslim who was complaining. Wait a minute, it's called the Kalam cosmological argument because it was a Muslim argument. You're stealing arguments. You're stealing our arguments. And then I was reading about it one day, and Muslims got it. Muslims got at least part of it from a heretical Christian who came before, and so on. So what, Muslims can't use it? No, it's like the argument at the end of the day, the argument stands or falls based on whether it's a good argument, not on who used it in the past or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Freemasonry is just a glorified club. It's not like so this is also the thing. I was a little bit surprised that in the 19th century and the 20th century, early 20th century, there were quite some respected Christian religious leaders, including Orthodox, Catholic, and others. Not sure about Catholic, honestly, but I know of Orthodox religious figures that were early on Freemasons, part of Freemasonry, and I was kind of a little bit puzzled and surprised to find that out. But I guess there was kind of an interest at that time in Freemasonry without fully going into how and why it is in contradiction with Christianity. But then the objections and disagreements, especially to the whole the ceremonial aspects of it, the ritualistic aspects, and the theological problems within it, invited more and more objections and scrutiny, and churches openly started condemning it, upon which it became incredibly unpopular. Right.
Yeah, both Orthodox and Catholics are technically not supposed to be members of the lodges. So if it happens contrary to the normal canon law. And it does happen. But, there's people have free will. There's many reasons why people choose to do things. So it could be, there could have been espionage, there could have been infiltration, there could have been just people don't care what canon law says. They do what they want. So a lot of different motivations.
Bigly.
So, as far as Freemasonry being a glorified club, I mentioned to you once before, AP, that I was locked up with a guy whose dad was a higher up guy who initiated the higher ups and so on. But he said, yeah, up to a certain level, it's a club, but once you get up to a certain level, then they start telling you some other things.
I don't know,
but I have no way of verifying that. It's a guy in prison telling me this stuff, but.
It sounds a little bit like Cap, as the wee lads say. To my understanding, much of what's actually just happening there is just that they have weird beliefs and rituals and all that. That's it. Nothing really shady and messed up involved. But people like to speculate about powerful clubs. But nowadays, it has very much become irrelevant in the world. It used to be very big. Now it's kind of.
I think it was a real tool of the British Empire, and it was used by a lot of different groups and different, power blocks for revolution. So I think that's pretty well demonstrated. You can demonstrate. In fact, I had a mainline history class on modern Europe and the French Revolution, and my professor was a French Revolutionary specialist, and you can read R.R. Palmer's book. There's a lot of texts that will just be mainline histories on the key role of Freemasonry in the Jacobin Revolution in France. So it has been used.
Nice. I'm getting very, very tired, but there's like an endless flow of super chats here for some reason. Everybody loves this. Everybody came for a fight, and now everybody just wants to have a conversation. Quiet gentlemen, I would like your thoughts on the book Philokalia, Saint Nicodemus. Ever read it? And good seminary suggestions. This is for you, Jay.
I've looked at the Philokalia. It's a very long, usually people in the Orthodox Church don't recommend it for people that are new or converts or anything. It's more of a advanced kind of monastic text. So, but a lot of the Philokalia is selections of church fathers and other spiritual writings.
Nice. Atheism. Jay, if you ever at some point get bored, you can just let me know, and then we can.
Yeah, we're not easily offended by saying, "Hey, I'm tired. I got to go." But just
But do you have a problem with your eyes? By the way, I noticed that you do this thing a lot with like when there's light or something.
I do have sensitive eyes. I also have really bad allergies too, so my eyes water and burn a lot.
I see.
Why are you attacking this man for his eyes, Blake? I mean, come on, dude.
I have to find a reason to fight, man. Jay, how do you study the books you personally pick up for reads with sticky notes, highlighting, writing in, etc.? I've been looking to ask you this. Notice you use a crap ton of sticky notes. How do you analyze?
Yeah, I think a lot of times people expect there to be some, really worked out answer about studying, and there's not. Basically, I just underline a lot, and I don't care about the price of the books or anything. Like, this is an old copy of Morals and Dogma. It's very marked up, and really all the sticky notes are summaries of what's on an important page. That's it.
I really admire that, but I personally never believe that I could ever do that, because I have the most chaotic way of studying things, which is just getting a book that I am personally interested in, because I think, there is this one thing in that book that I want to read. So I get the book and I open the page and I read it, and I read a section of it, and I think, wow, this is really, really good. I'm going to keep this in memory. Then I mark it, and then I put it away, never pick it up again. And then I look up the same book online to mark it online as well on a Kindle or something, but then I never get back to it. And then I have it somewhere in my memory and I can't remember where it is. And this is just what I do with everything.
Well, some of the pages are basically just all underlined. But I think that's actually useful because for me, I'm kind of a visual, tactile person. So if I'm seeing it and underlining it, I'm kind of, just soaking it in more.
Yeah. Christ entrusted Dr. Alex Stavrianodakis says, Christ entrusted truth to our church. There can be no compromise when it comes to the understanding of the faith. Truth is truth. It never changes. St. Mark of Ephesus defended this faith when others planned to compromise truth. What's interesting to me is also, however, that St. Mark himself did express, right, that he has full respect for the seat of the Bishop of Rome.
Well, he said that before Florence, but he didn't say that after.
But didn't he say that he does believe in unity, but that it is done under the right circumstances instead of rushing it into it and doing it for pragmatic reasons or something like that?
Well, I mean, yeah, after Florence, he said that he realized that the Roman See is way worse than he thought, and he calls them a parasynagogue. So he says they're not even really a church.
Huh.
So the after Ephesus is Mark of Ephesus is way more extreme than the before. He was very hopeful for union.
Fisherman's Corner, David, excellent point. Calvinism believes the same thing. The Bible explicitly says false teachers, originators of sin, will be punished accordingly. And in Calvi, daily quote saying that God creates evil as sin, etc. Why is everyone attacking Calvinism now, man?
Oh, I think that was when I said earlier about the point Elle was making about Allah deserving the most punishment because he's the one who leads people astray. Yeah, that would certainly be one of the main objections for Calvinism.
Powerful. You're gonna make Anthony Rogers angry now.
You won't get no. Anthony will try to respond. So Anthony's cool.
Anthony's watching and fuming as we speak.
Correctly,
JADP, why do they run the media, Hollywood, news, music? Most of the Ivy League colleges are politicians, APAC donors, think tanks, ADL, social media platforms, the small heads. Now, my initial response...
You talking about the Irish?
My initial urge when I see this stuff is to just click it away. But here's the thing: if I click it away, then it's, oh, you see,
he's running from the truth
because
he works for the Jews.
Let's see what's listed here: the media, Hollywood, news, music. Most of the Ivy League colleges are politicians, APAC donors, think tanks, ADL. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that you didn't mention banks.
Yeah, it's all about the shekels and the banks.
I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't mention banks, because normally they go for the banks as well, which is the dumbest argument because the banks are mostly not owned by any of them. But so my counter question to this is, why do the Irish control our government? So there you go. Kirill Matai says, no one wanted Jay to call our martyrs of his church or honor them. Comparing them with Hezbollah martyrs, as Ridwan said, was indeed offensive. They were Islam's victims. Also, doubling down on the mainstream media did it too was a bad excuse.
No, it wasn't an excuse. It was the reasoning why I was skeptical of the event and the source of the event. And I didn't say that they were equivalent. That was the misunderstanding. People thought I was saying that there's no difference between dying for Christ if you're a Coptic and Nasrallah or whatever his name was. That's not what I was saying.
Nasrallah. Atheism. Jay, how do you study the books you personally pick up for... How often are you asked this question? Continue. Thank God, the conscience of the church, the people of God supported St. Mark of Ephesus' efforts to maintain the truth entrusted to us. Also, thanks for live feeds like this. Jay, you're awesome. Completely ignore AP and David Wood here. Knows too much. It's one thing to criticize an aspect of Judaism, but way too many don't do it in good faith, and worse, criticize Jews as an ethnic group collectively, which is nothing more than anti-Hebrew racism. Yeah, it's what lots of people do. Gladly, nobody here does it. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, that's my real objection. We've only explained this like 20,000 times. It's like, if you want to criticize the Talmud, then say, here's what the Talmud says, and if you're a Jew who agrees with that rabbi in the Talmud, then here's why it's messed up. Or if you wanted to say, hey, here's a group that spits in the direction of Christians in Israel, like, condemn that. But there's just this overwhelming tendency when it comes to Jews that you see that's what Jews do, and or this is what Jews believe. And it's just not true. There's like point to the actual people who believe in the thing or do the thing, and then criticize that. But anyway, I'm pointing out we don't like it when people do it. We don't like it when people do it to us. Like, look at this guy. You see, that's what Christians do.
Damn, this stream is still going. What did you think? We're going to continue for another 5 hours. Orthodoxy, did Allah come down during Muhammad's visit with big sexual group of men at night in the desert? That's the most hilarious hadith I've ever heard. He did. He was right there. He was watching.
No, it was Ibn Masud who was watching behind the Diddy line. Do you even know what we're talking about, Jay? Is this really weird?
I mean, I know about Diddy, but I don't know about the other thing.
I'm kind of semi-joking. There's this weird passage in the hadith about Muhammad, and he brings his companion Abdullah ibn Masud out into the desert and says, "Stand behind this line. If you cross this line, you are gone, buddy." And so Abdullah ibn Masud stands behind the line, and then it says, and all these guys who looked like they were from the Al-Zut, which was like what is now the Pakistan India region. They're described as dark skin and strong with huge sexual appetites and large penises and so on. But it says that a group of the Al-Zut rode him all night long until he came back in pain and went and fell asleep on Abdullah's lap and so on. So anyway, there's this weird source. Anyway, we've kind of been, I say semi-joking because it's there and it sounds really weird and creepy, but we're semi-joking when we go with the most obvious interpretations, which is like Muhammad it sounds like he got gangbanged by a bunch of dudes.
A Diddy party. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And so anyway.
Or a Muhammad party. Is Orthodoxy wrong, David? Even if since there is a possibility that David might give an unacceptable answer, it is not allowed here, so I'm just going to skip this. I do agree, AP and David Wood, with Hamas being bad for Palestinian Christians. Good, I'm glad we have that established. I mean, any reasonable person needs to agree with that. But thank you, Braden. David, what do you think about Orthodoxy?
Don't know, never studied it, but seems weird.
It is totally based.
One shot A17. I'll join in retaking Constantinople. Good. Knows too much. What does JD think of the Orthodox priest Atullah Hana doing to Yasser Arafat what Momo did to the blacks? I think that I talked with Jay Dyer about that dude, that bishop, before. That was the one guy who. I guess this was one of the big. This is one of the big difficulties. I still don't know how to handle if it ever comes up. That one bishop under the Jerusalem Patriarchate who called Hassan Nasrallah a martyr and who also walked around with a sign saying, "My father and my mother be sacrificed to you, O messenger of Allah," referring to Muhammad. And it's kind of wild that an Orthodox bishop would do that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Well, again, I mean, there have been Orthodox bishops and priests who have adopted Freemasonry and who have adopted perennialist type views. So it's entirely possible that you could have somebody who believes that Islam and Christianity do worship the same God. In fact, I think even the MP has said that in the past, and I would totally disagree with that. I mean, it's not the same as like the papacy, because, you know, the papacy and Vatican II teach something. You don't get the liberty of saying, I disagree. You know, Orthodoxy is decentralized, and so there's plenty of things that bishops or MPs can do that are fallible and wrong.
True.
So anybody who would call Muhammad, you know, God's messenger as a Christian, it just seems completely. You're either totally ignorant, or you're a Freemason, or I don't know.
Isn't that just direct heresy?
Yeah.
How about you guys touch on Christian Zionism? So we talked about this before, but I'm not sure why anyone would touch on this here, considering that not a single person on this panel here is a Christian Zionist. I have been very open about my thoughts on Christian Zionism. David has been.
I've done many streams on this recently, so people can go check that for my views.
So I'm not a Christian Zionist. Christian Zionism is a very specific theological viewpoint on Zionism, and I personally don't agree with it. David, as far as I understand, your stance is also that you don't have a Christian Zionist theological perspective.
Yeah,
and our position on Zionism is totally independent from theology.
Yeah, I would be a Christian who is a Zionist in a sense, but not an adherent of Christian Zionism. I've never studied the position. The passages that have been brought up to me to support it, I can always look at that and say, well, I can think of multiple other interpretations of that passage other than the one you're given, but it's not something I wouldn't comment on because I never really studied it.
Nice. One state solution, Israel for Jews, Christians, and sane Muslims. Good luck with that. Holy Joe, Dawood rebuked you for reading my Rushdie joke since he hates everything Rushdie, just like how Ape hates everything Turkish. Turks suck, man. Eric Vigilant, I also apologize to AP for calling him a runner and a track star because he was scared of the J. Dyer debate. I'm still scared of the J. Dyer debate. Peasantine Warrior, I approve of AP's view on the liberation of Constantinople. Thank you. Searching Deeper, I will become a Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox. I will never become a Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox. Neither ever focuses on Jesus. Millions of other things. This is one of those very, very weird things that I don't really understand that people have, or misconceptions that people have about Catholicism or Orthodoxy. I mean, when I go to a divine liturgy, it's literally all about Jesus. Literally, the whole thing is about Jesus. So it's very, very strange thing to say. Atheism, Jay, how do you study the books? How many times are you going to ask the same thing? Jerry Art, hello AP, David J, learning more about the object, but hey, no, thank you for the super chats. How learning more about the objective meaning of the Bible and decided to read the early church fathers, study history and the cultures. How best can I do this? Books, saints, etc.
If I was first reading the church fathers, I would read the apostolic fathers. I'd read Ignatius, Clement. Cyril Richardson has a little book that kind of summarizes that stuff. I would read On the Incarnation by St. Athanasius. I would read 5 theological orations of St. Gregory Nazianzus, Basil's on the Holy Spirit, and then I would read something like just get an Orthodox study Bible, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Nice. David, what do you think? One word answer. Thank you. V. Scott says it's literally all Orthodox speaks about. Exactly. It's a really, really weird thing to say. Jerry Art, no. Hey, H. Brossi, this AP has a better Peterson impression than Jim Bob. I know I challenged Jim Bob to a Mubarak.
Both of y'all are pretty good. You surprised me with that. So
I heard Jim Bob's Jordan Peterson impression, and I wasn't impressed. So
really, you think both of you guys are pretty good?
I mean, I'm more impressed with myself.
Most humble.
I wonder if he's still here. He was earlier here. I know he recently started attacking me, and it came at a very, very good time because I saw that he made this, that he talked about me in a stream, and I had this urge to react and go through it, and then I thought to myself, you know what? Why? What's the point?
I don't know what he said about you, but usually he makes fun of everybody on the stream, so he may have just been making fun of you. I don't know. He makes fun of me on the stream, so
that's nice. But yeah, no reason to fight. David Pleasance, totally fake name. W. David Pleasance says Israel is a neo-crusader state. I support safe access to the holy sites, so I support Israel, not an end-time imperative, just practical wisdom. Neo-crusader state. That's an interesting statement here. The funny thing about Israel is that it was the Theodor Herzl did explicitly basically instruct the Zionist movement to make it a goal to safeguard Christian sites in the land. That is actually a core idea in the in the Jewish state leaflet. Missed again. You guys should get together more often. Your depth of knowledge and humor are great despite disagreements. Anyway, I love you guys. Yeah, but right now we're just in a very peaceful mode. The next time we get together, we will start fighting. So, squat rack. Anyone who thinks the modern nation state of Israel is synonymous with the Israel mentioned in Scripture is very misinformed. Well, this is the funny thing. Sometimes when we talk about Israel, there are people that come and say, "No, this is not the Israel of the Bible." I know it's not the Israel of the Bible.
Who's saying that though?
I know it's not. That's not the point. The one-state solution, Heurisco Davud. Being that you critic Islam for having a deterministic God, do you point out to your Calvinist friends that they commit the same error? Yeah, David, what's wrong with you?
The criticism wasn't even deterministic God. It was that the Quran says that those who lead others astray deserve the punishment of those they lead astray. And I point out, but the Quran also says that Allah is the one who leads everyone astray. Therefore, pointing out a problem. With that said, it is an issue if you're saying God determines all of our actions and all of our sins. I do think that's an issue for Calvinism. But even then, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I don't defend a lot of positions because it's always in my head. I might be wrong. I might be wrong about this. There may be some brilliant defense of this that I'm not aware of. And I can say, hey, I don't believe that. But still kind of withhold any sort of final waiting for you guys to come up with some brilliant defense of a position or something like that.
Good. Most presidents were Irish power to us, inshallah. Yeah. Even Barack Obama was Irish. JDA, what makes Orthodox Christianity stand out as a more complete or faithful expression of the early church compared to other Christian traditions? Oxy has piqued my interest lately. Wingling gang. Jay, what would be your response to this?
I would say most of the practices that you see in the early church in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th century are pretty much still normal practices of Orthodox today. So the way the calendar is celebrated, the way the liturgy is celebrated, the fasting, etc., all of those practices that are there, even the prayer and the devotions are still pretty normal and normative. So those are key things. And also I would argue that even something like church law, which is kind of boring, but the way the Orthodox Church keeps and treats church law is the same way that the Church Fathers, the ecumenical councils, kept the church law. And Rome is different. Rome has a different canon law. They don't really care about the apostolic canons and things that the Orthodox Church does care about.
Nice. Jay, go live after. Yeah, Jay,
I'm a little too tired. I'm starting to wear down, so I don't.
You should make a live stream. You should make a live stream and
maybe tomorrow.
Jay's running.
I'm scared.
You should make a live stream after this and attack us.
And it's totally flipped on everything I said.
I tricked him.
See those idiots I
everything I said was a distraction.
Bruce George, the Antichrist religion and temple are already in Jerusalem. They're working in Europe nation. Powerful.
I think he's talking about Islam.
Islam it is. AP, when will you take your new Christian name, Martin Yakub Constant?
NYC.
How much of an influence did David Wood have on your conversion? Oh, hi, JD. So yes, I'm going to take the church name Martin. But now that I'm hearing this, I think I also should take Yakub as an addition to it. But David did have an influence in many different ways. But I don't want to talk about it any further right now because he's here and that's kind of gay. Squat Rock, do the Zionists in chat believe we should financially support Israel? If so, it seems you guys are naive when it comes to modern Talmudic Judaism. They believe some disgraceful things about Christ. Well, here's the thing. We said David said it before. I said it before. But if you walk down the street and ask the average Jew about what the Talmud says, they will have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Because the average Jew has never heard not a single thing, but a few phrases from the Talmud. And then if you ask rabbis about the Talmud, they will give you different interpretations of what it actually says when it talks about certain figures, including when it talks about Jesus, for example. And then among all the people that you go down the road and the list, you will find some that actually agree that the Talmud says something bad about Jesus, about Christ. And then you will, when you have found those people, you will have among those disagreements about to what degree it is actually valid or descriptive or accurate what it then says.
Versus just an insult or something like that.
Yeah. So
and I'll go ahead and point out now. I've never encountered anyone who interprets the Talmud the way like a Groyper meme wants you to interpret it. Like, you see, this is what they believe, and it's as you're putting it and implying that they believe. I've never encountered or heard of anyone who interprets it the way you guys say.
Powerful.
Well, I would say there's a Peter Schaefer who has done some interesting books that are useful for combating Islam, because he admits that early Judaism was not monolithically Unitarian. So it's very useful kind of in the way that the Two Powers book and Boyarin's books are useful. He has a book that's from an academic perspective called Jesus and the Talmud, put out by Princeton. So here's a Jewish guy talking about what the Talmudic tradition is from an academic perspective. So I think that's useful.
Yeah. So I always, so you have the group that like does spit in the direction of Christians as they're walking by and so on.
In the general direction.
Yeah. Tons of people in Israel do not like those guys. That's what I mean. It's we just talked about this, how you'll take something that some people do and then they're say, therefore the nation. I mean,
Not
just
like is a very big understatement.
Yeah. Just think if someone does that in every other direction. Look how many creepy people you have in the United States and Canada and the UK and so on. You could point to messed up people who believe certain things in pretty much anywhere, and then to define the whole by this part, this particular group and then say, hey, the whole is the problem. That's just, I don't know, that's terrible reasoning. It's a logical fallacy.
Ericota, I think
composition.
The one about TAG used to be atheist and Jay used to it's against atheists a lot. What is your opinion on the argument? I didn't miss it. Got any questions for Jay about it? I didn't miss it. But I've just in the past, as I also expressed in the past, very, very much, despite having engaged with the arguments for God's existence or against God's existence with classical theism and all that, it has never been very particularly interesting to me, and doesn't even play a role in my eventual coming to faith. So I would rather deal with, for example, the gospel and its relevance to me and my life and to the truth than with arguments for God's existence or against. And in my personal view, I also think, and I know that both David and Jay will start fuming now, I also think that that arguments for or against God's existence are largely ineffective in terms of changing people's minds. And despite both Jay and David disagreeing with me on this, everyone knows that I'm right. So
yeah, I would say people are different,
built different.
People are just wired differently, and different things have an impact. Different things impact people differently. Normally, when I'm using arguments for the existence of God, I'm trying to keep theism and Christianity as what William James would call a live hypothesis, meaning it's something you're not just rejecting because you think it's beyond ridiculous or something like that. It's something you could take seriously, and then therefore, it's you're in a position where you can actually believe in it if you take a look. So anyway, I'm trying to make sure that Christianity remains apologetics. I'm trying to make Christianity a live hypothesis for people, something to take seriously, as opposed to something like, because things change over time. Like in the first century, Roman paganism was a live option for people. It's something to take seriously.
Said, once AP is baptized and retakes Constantinople, will Jay and Mike Winger over here will ride with you at dawn? Yes. Father Deacon Justinus, what's up? AP, Jay, and David, many blessings, guys. AP, it's amazing to see your faith in the church grow. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
One thing I'd say about your apologetics comment, if you take somebody like Pajot, who is talking to the Peterson audience quite a bit and is a very talented iconographer, a lot of people get interested in Orthodoxy through aesthetics, right? So we wouldn't say that, well, either aesthetics is good or it's bad, or you should be or shouldn't be, or it's everything or it's nothing. Like, it can be a doorway. And you have, my priest got me an icon of Justin Martyr, and his title is Justin the Philosopher, because he spoke to and tried to convert philosophers to Christ. So Christ says we become all things to all men. I think that there's a place for people that are philosophically inclined. I've met a lot of people over the years who have found the atheist debates that we've done convincing, but not everybody does. Not everybody cares about philosophy. So I think there's, like David said, there's different people.
Yeah, and even what you're pointing out right there, that different people, different things can be persuasive or have an impact on different people. Like even in the realm of arguments for the existence of God, you'll have people who are like, hey, I really like the design argument, the cosmological argument, the ontological argument, and tag and so on. That's just weird nonsense. But then you'll have philosophers who love the ontological argument. They think everything else is all the scientific arguments are stupid and so on. You talk to I just remember talking to a professor in biology, and I was like, hey, what would you think? Non-believer. I said, what would you think would be the best case for belief in a designer? He goes, oh, DNA. But so anyway, yeah, different people are persuaded by different things.
The funny thing is that I often say that that these things are largely ineffective, but I can't deny that I have been also greatly impressed at points with the teleological argument, for example, which kind of left me a little bit without answers and all that. So, yeah. Joseph, really want to hear David W.'s thoughts on orthodoxy. Who's David W.?
It would be kind of like what I just said about Calvinism, where I don't believe what you're saying, but I'm kind of not ruling it out until, So anyway, matter of fact, AP and I have discussed all this like intercession of saints and stuff like that. I'm not convinced that is actually happening or something like that, but I can't rule it out, because I get the idea. It's like I can ask Jay to pray for me right now. So if there's actually a way to get a message to some saint to intercede for, I'm not ruling it out. I've never seen a good reason to think that it's actually happening. But anyway, so it's a situation where I don't accept that, but I don't know. It could be correct. Could be entirely correct.
Nice. And finally, final super chats here, and then I have to go because I'm really, really tired. Dennis, and they say the Avengers was the most ambitious collab of all time. Yeah, right. This stream is better. See, and this comes in forms of shekels. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate that. Joseph, Jay, what do you make of E. Michael Jones's idea of the Jewish revolutionary spirit?
Mike Jones.
I haven't read the book. I'm familiar with the thesis. I've been on the same podcasts, and we've had we never directly interacted. I tried to set up a couple debates, so I have some significant disagreements with E. Michael Jones. It's difficult to say that all Jews are necessarily revolutionary. I don't think that's necessarily the case. But I think that the religion of Judaism after the destruction of the temple tends to try to define itself in a anti-Christianity position. And that's where you get, for example, some of those early statements in the rabbinical text prior to the codification of the Talmud that kind of set Judaism on the path towards what eventually becomes kind of a Maimonides strict Unitarianism. So there's a tendency, I think, in Judaism to be revolutionary and to be anti-Christian for sure. But I don't know that collectively we could assign like genetic guilt or anything like that.
Yeah, E. Michael Jones is also mentally ill, so that's another issue. So very, very severe.
Are you joking or being serious?
I don't really understand the question. So no, it was meant to be an insult, but yeah, that's it. Arctic-based AP Zechariah 8:23 is not commonly read typologically. Look it up, but it should be read in relation to Jeremiah 16:19, both eschatological passages. Okay. 711 says, Jay, why won't Jordan Peterson just admit that he's Gnostic and an occultist? Occultist.
No, that you should ask Pajot that. He knows him a lot better. I don't know Peterson at all, but I know Pajot fairly well. But
what do you mean occultist? 750 of Donuts of Doom. What would it sound like if Nicolas Cage was into TAG but very confused by instantiating coconuts?
Well, I believe in coconuts, but I just don't know how to instantiate them and what to do with them. Like that, I don't know. That's a weird one.
Dr. Alex Stavrianudakis. Finally got it. Sorry. Love to AP and David Wood as well. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
No,
Thank
we
you.
appreciate it.
OT Jenna says, Jay, did you text Sam that he was a bald word? I'm a fan. I don't believe it was you. I searched for clarification from you. Please let me know.
No, I was live streaming when that happened, so I wasn't simultaneously in his StreamYard link. No, that wasn't him.
The only person that needs to be here for peacemaking here is now Sam. And I know that you both have problems with him, but respect to Sam. I learned a lot from him as well. Christ is life. I spent like $100 today on Big John stealing God Logic. Here, have some as well. Thank you. Appreciate that. Fisherman's Corner. Love you guys. Great job as always. And Jay is an orthobro. I would actually consider debating, but we seem to agree on too many things. Got to go at night. Good.
By the way, when I was asking, it was an honest question. Like, I didn't know if E. Michael Jones, like, if you knew that he had some kind of mental illness, or if you were just saying, like, in the, you know how in the colloquial sense we say, oh, that guy's crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that he's a sick and messed up person. So that's
Well, sometimes we say people are crazy in a colloquial sense, but then sometimes people mean no, he's actually like crazy. Like there's a.
I mean, to be very honest, I don't know if he's actually crazy. It might be. It might explain a lot of things. Honestly, Adam M. Jay, when are you going to accept Joseph Smith, peace be upon him, as God's messenger? Just kidding. I'm ex-Mormon turned Orthodox. Please keep debating Mormons. Nice.
Will do. Yeah, Mormons are they're a whole wild bunch of their own. So.
Oh, you debate them on Spaces. Heatsuck says, Jay, could you make a quick argument on why you're specifically an Orthodox Christian over any other Christian denomination? Yeah, what's the one-word argument, Jay, that you could make here?
I guess the strongest case would be if you look at the structure of Christianity the first 1,000 years. If we have the assumption that we want to be in line with historic Christianity, I think that's really the only one that matches up. I don't think Protestantism and I don't think Rome match up to that.
Nice. Finally, final super chat. Hey, nice to see you, Ted Lemeluku. When Christians make peace, the devil is defeated. Glad to see. And also very glad to see you here. I follow you on Twitter, also known as X. All right. Anything else? I think we're done with the super chats. Finally, I'm sick of reading all these messages. Hey, it was great to get together, Jay. Really glad that we did this. It was kind of bothering me, this whole thing. So I'm glad that we talked it out and made peace.
AP's trying to clean up all his beefs before his baptism.
Yeah.
Well, if you have any questions, feel free to hit me up. And if I say something you disagree with, maybe you and I should just chat one-on-one and talk it out. We'll do it that way. That's a better route.
There is an ego problem that gets in the way a lot sometimes. So
most humble.
Although I'm the most humble, so I don't have the ego problem, but sometimes it happens even to me. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to say before you head off?
No. Thanks for having me on. No, I'm glad we had a peaceful conversation. It was really cool.
Awesome. And even David is happy as a result of this.
Yeah, just like me.
Yeah. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for joining. Sorry that we couldn't deliver a fight. Maybe next time we will have more energy and start fighting.
Get Andrew Wilson over
Yeah.
here.
But thanks for joining everybody, and thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning in. Hope to do more together in the future. And until then, as always, powerful.
Stay away from Islam.